Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the start of the week. We're back in Colombia today, Bogota, and El Dorado International Airport to go and check out the new V-Pilot designs, Colombia sort of scenery that they've done. So we've got Bogota, El Dorado here, which we checked out the other day. I've fixed the jetties this time, as you might notice. We're off to Cartagena as well, and the north coast of Colombia, where they've just released a brand new version 2 scenery there. Short runway, a little bit like Skiathos, and then after a little turnaround we're going to be heading westbound to Tocumen International in Panama to go and have a look at that, their third scenery in total. So 3 sceneries created by one developer today, all available on the MSFS Marketplace. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're going to talk about a few little things throughout the duration of the stream, and one of those of course is whether or not you might have had an instability with this latest NVIDIA graphics driver which was released yesterday. A few people reporting crash to desktops, and I've already started to notice some weird behaviours, but look at that for a skyline and a backdrop for today. Oh, absolutely stunning. Great to see lots of people flying along, parked up on various stands here in El Dorado. Hopefully you're all looking forward to today. Living on a Player, good morning. Badger as well, welcome. Durcy2, Phantom, Gav, good evening to you, and Ian as well, good evening. Chris Packett, welcome, and everyone else wherever you are in the world, good to see you. Prince Asham says, just got the same issue with NVIDIA right now. I know Durcy2 has said that he's had two crash to desktops so far within the 24 hours of this new NVIDIA driver releasing, and about 10 minutes before the stream started, I triggered GSX. The second I did, let's just take a screenshot there because that's spectacular. The second I triggered GSX, I had that weird mirror issue thing where it's kind of like the graphics card started to think about maybe failing or crashing, because it started to kind of stutter madly. So I had to go into the options in the sim, move TAA to DLSS, save it, then move it back to TAA. And then it kind of rectified itself from there, which is an issue we had a few weeks ago, oddly enough. Those of you watching that might remember that kind of weird behaviour there. But here we are. It's been a little while since we've been in this, the PMDG 737-900 ER. And these 2 sectors today, a bit short and punchy like the other day, or cheeky. Just noticed this has a door plug. Hopefully this doesn't go all Alaska Airlines on us. It's not a MAX 9, thankfully. But we're waiting for all the bags to be loaded. We're in this wonderful Osprey Holidays livery and on the VATSIM network. And in the flight deck, we've got the tablet and everything fired up. And we've actually got a really stunning departure today, which we'll go into in a little while. Yeah, we're using New Sky today. There's not really much to show at this point in time because we've begun the log. So our SimBrief OFP is in here basically, and we're logging the flight. I try not to tab through any of the other bits throughout the journey because, well, I don't like to click away from the log once I'm logging the flight, if that makes sense. You might notice today, by the way, at the top of the screen there's no Volanta overlay. That's because for some reason, maybe it's something to do with this NVIDIA graphics driver, but it seems to be broken. So I've got Volanta, there it is, but the actual stream overlay within Volanta isn't working. So let's have a little look at Navigraph today. Oops, double click there, and we'll compare that against our flight plan for today. So what do we got here? Bogota, Colombia, for a flight to Rafael Núñez in Cartagena on the north coast. We're going to have a flight time of about an hour, like I said, and this, as we saw at the start, Bogota is 8,000 and something feet high above mean sea level, so high altitude, lots to consider with that, but also has this beautiful backdrop of mountains and the Bogota Central Business District off in the distance, as we saw. So it's actually a really beautiful place to fly. I can highly recommend it. And this V-Pilot Studio scenery for this, Cartagena and also Tocumen is available in a pack, and it's only available in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace, the only place you can buy that scenery, or this scenery. So if you do want it, head there. As you can see on the charts here, it says refer to an inset for the initial climb. And we've got a long old departure today. 1-4 left for takeoff, 4 knot crosswind, and the Dancer departure with Gikpu transition. So, where's that inset? There it is. Taking off 1-4 left, heading 135 degrees. Wesley, welcome. What we're going to do is climb to 8,900 feet, so it's only 500 feet above ground level, maximum 205 knots until the turn is complete there. They're turning sort of westerly, outbound to Bogota 908, max 205 knots still, at or above 11,000, the Soasha VOR 1108.6, between 12,000 and 17,000 feet, as you can see here. So, from that point, we go from the inset to the VOR, which is what we were just talking about on the inset. I've just highlighted it there for you. And then we're going to head out 234 degrees to Bogota 406, sorry, accelerating to 250 knots before continuing southwesterly to Bogota 422. The opposite direction to the way we want to go, but it's because we've got all this terrain around us, all the mountains and things. So up to 16,000 feet, then turning eastbound 107 degrees, crossing some significantly high terrain there. Look at that, peaks 15,900 feet, up to flight level 220. So not massive amounts of clearance there. As we pass this bit in the middle, we're probably going to be at 3,000 or 4,000 feet above this terrain. From there, 019 degrees up to Bogota 408, then Nicdo, Zipaquira VOR 10147, up to Osusu, Buvis, and then outbound to Gikpu at or above flight level 220. Cruise today, flight level 360, and the routing, there it is. So that's the departure. It's all a little bit weird. And we've had to go for a bit more of a high performance climb today. So all the way up to Gikpu, and then we're off and away up towards the coast. And with the weather, we had runway 19. The winds are actually really switching at the moment at Cartagena. So when we were planning the flight about 20 minutes ago, it was favouring 19 with a 5 knot tailwind for 01, and now that's switched again to 2 knot tailwind. So we'll stick with 19 for now, but we'll monitor the weather on the left hand side there to see if that tailwind increases towards sort of 5 knots or so. Should be interesting. But beautiful coastal approach, an RNAV approach there, bring it in over the coast. And Cartagena, as you can see there, 2,390 meters of runway. Very interesting kind of layout. So we're going to touch down. We're going to go hurtling past the terminal building, and there's no taxiways or anything. It's a backtrack, so we have to go off at Delta and then backtrack all the way down. So we're going to need probably 5 minutes between departures for our flight today, just for those of you flying along, which will stretch us out massively, but it will mean that we can actually all sort of get in. Either that, or we all join the hold at Utlock, and we just all program. Whoever's behind me programs the hold at Utlock, and everyone else behind them programs the hold at Utlock, and they just all stack, pending sort of a call to say that they're backtracking. Whoever's on the runway at that point, it'll be a good time to shoot the approach, perhaps. So there's an option for us. But all of that is already in, so we've got the Dancer 4 Romeo departure, and we haven't set the star yet. So what we're going to do is go to... in fact, what have we got? 30 minutes. I'll wait till we're at top of climb before I set the star. 360, we've done the descent forecast, the init page is all done, and the N1 limits with calculations of our takeoff performance from the EFB. Bearing in mind as well, we're at 8,340 feet MSL. We're going for a Toga departure, and we're going to go for climb 1 to get a better performance in the climb, but we might switch that to actual sort of main climb profile instead. Flat 5, 142 V1, rotate 143, and V2 147, giving us a V2 plus 10 of 157. Initial climb to 7,000, but we'll keep stepping that up as we go, and runway heading set of 135. Auto brakes RTO, let's get the APU fired up. Lights and signs. Overhead panel looks good. We've got auto probe on this bad boy today. Seatbelt signs can go on proper. And we'll pop all the fuel pumps on in the tanks with fuel. Centre tanks are empty there, so we don't need those on. We'll flick that to hectopascals. So that's all good. Squawking 2000. We'll just set that for now as well to run of trimmed 5.18. Now, one of the crash to desktops that people have been experiencing is in the phase that we're about to go into with this new NVIDIA update. So that's Pushback. We'll see what happens. Steen van Dijk, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, mate. Good to see you. Andy says, isn't it standard in Boeing 737s you get the extra ventilation? In fact, you know what I found out yesterday? I was watching a video about 707s, and oddly enough, when you look at the overhead panel, it's not that dissimilar to the 737, which says a hell of a lot about how out of date this aircraft really is, kind of behind all the panels. Crazy. Living on a Player says he hasn't had any issues with his current NVIDIA driver, but the previous one he had a lot of issues with, so he had to revert it. Yeah, it's very hit and miss, isn't it? Right, let's see what happens. That's the ground power away. Hey, Centurio, welcome, good morning. And Zato, good to see you. Dwell, hope you're well. Yeah, there's Southwest, wasn't it? They had a cowling off a 737 drop off. Whoopsie. 1228. Bum bum bum. Some different tunes today because we're flying around lovely Colombia, so we're going for a bit more of a summery kind of vibe. Zato, it's no worries, mate. As I was saying, we probably about 5 minutes or so between each departure to make sure we fit in, or mandatory holds on the just prior to the final approach. Here comes Le Tug, El Tugarado. Red Naxi says, just saw the Oceanic tutorial we did on the channel. I had a little question. If you use NatTrack to pass your messages, then you don't need to pass your messages via radio, right? I hope you can help me out. Yeah, pretty much. So you can get your clearance. You can get your clearance via CPDLC and all that kind of stuff. One thing you'll need to consider though is you need to still contact them and do a let's remove that and do a radio check first at the very least. That said, there are changes to the Oceanic procedures coming, and I think maybe across the pond this year might encompass those. And I think it's which spot do we want? Spot 28. Bogotá traffic, Osprey 165, Stan 17, 737-900 ER with QNH 1007, I think. I'll have to double check that. Push starts west on spot 28. Bogotá traffic. Ultrafinic anti-collision lights on. Yeah, so I'd have to just double check the VATSIM pages to make sure that we have got the latest information really with that. Engine 2, ground. Lovely. Nice. I do love a bit of Hummersdwell. Andy says, got a question about the PMDG 777. Do we know which ones they're releasing and the pricing strategy for them? So pricing, no, we don't know any of that yet. We don't know when they're going to release them either, of course, but they are releasing the 777-300ER first. Fuel control lever to run for engine 2. Air conditioning master caution for the dual bleed. Custom GSX profile is available for this, which makes it very good. Dusty, have a good day at work. That click makes me suggest we are ready. There we go. Engine 1 ground. Aruzi, very good, welcome. Oh, look at that. Wait for that little memo to get out of the way and then I'll take a screenshot. Now you guys, for the first time in a while, will actually see all of the GSX prompts at the top, because usually the Volanta overlay hides that. And I'm curious to hear your feedback, really, whether or not you like seeing no overlay, or if you would rather see an overlay. If we get a replacement backup or whatever. Probes on auto, so we'll just leave that on auto because it's just easier. Although, of course, good habits would suggest we put them on anyway. APU can come off. Oop. Troffineck knocked me old throttles there. Flap 5. Do some control checks. I'm using Volanta, Steve, to track the flight, but there is something really wrong with the overlay. Also, there we go. I wonder why that was there. Yeah, there's something really kind of balked with the stream overlay for Volanta today, and I don't know why, because nothing's changed except for the NVIDIA driver that I updated yesterday. So I don't really know what's going on with it, but it's not working today. LNAV arms, VNAV arms, waiting for the ground pin. There she is, wavy with that. Taxi lights. That needs to go on to automatic as well. I did forget that. I knew I'd forgot something in the overhead. That's why I looked back up there. Alrighty, so lots of charts. Bogota traffic, Osprey 165, taxi to hold point Alpha 3, runway 14 left, via Echo, Delta, and Alpha, Bogota traffic. And yeah, fair enough. See, so basically when it gets released, we're going to put the 777-300ER onto some of the kind of big city hub bases. Yeah, we're going to have a couple of long haul routes. Well, we've already got long haul routes for Osprey Airways anyway, of course, which would be great for the 777-300ER. But I'm conscious not everyone wants to do long hauls. I'm not a fan of long hauls massively. I've got better things to do in my day, to be honest, than sitting at a computer for 10 hours, 12 hours doing a long haul flight. And I'm not a fan of leaving the computer on overnight, which I know some people like to do. Go to sleep, wake up, land. I don't see the point in that personally, but it's personal preference. So what we'll do is we'll set a whoever that was, thank you for letting us know the new Q&H, very kind. We'll set up a new set of routes, so things like the Heathrow-Frankfurt rotation and Heathrow-Madrid, Heathrow-Athens, and we'll put the 777-300ER onto the Dubai route as well, with Osprey Airways. So there'll be kind of some shorter and medium haul options for everybody to enjoy. But I appreciate if you fly for a different virtual airline, can't help with that. That, folks, might be my Winwing. It is. Let me. That's very. Right, I'm back. Yeah, how exciting. Had to get that because obviously I didn't want the FedEx chap to run away with it and say that the delivery got failed, so my Winwing FCU has now arrived, folks. Very exciting indeed. So over the next few days I'm going to kind of unpackage that, put it next to my mini cockpit, mini FCU, work out the details, and see how it goes really. See what I think. And directly compare the two, which I think is important. Mini cockpit, interestingly, is obviously about £250, £260 UK money once you factor in things like delivery fees, but you then look at things like import charges. Yeah, you're looking at about 260, 270 or so pounds approximately. Winwing's mini FCU, by contrast, is significantly cheaper. It's £150 including delivery to the UK, and that also includes, I think I had to pay £11.60 import tariff, import duty as well. So yeah, significant difference in price, and I'm excited to try the two kind of directly against one another, which would be quite cool. Benji says, will today's solar eclipse be captured in Microsoft Flight Simulator? If so, I might do a flight along the route. Whoa, no idea, mate. I think the solar eclipse is only in America, but you could always give it a go. So I think this is probably a question that's been asked before, but I'm not sure what the answer would be for that.
Pushing back,
Badger's in the DHL over there.
1028, north-west.
Matthew, good morning. V-Pilot as well, the scenery developer behind this, is in the chat. Welcome to you. I promised I'd fix the GSX jetty thing, and I have. Oh, beautiful. Living on a player, lives in Newfoundland, says it should be a good view where he lives. The path of totality is right over the centre of Newfoundland. Nice. What have we got here? That's my favourite view. If we look that way though, we can't see the takeoff run.
Bogotá traffic, Avianca,
actually,
Charlie stand 74.
That's a 767, isn't it? With the blended wings.
I think. Bogotá traffic.
In the model matching. Beautiful.
now. 9919.
There's the windsock. Complete crosswind. So it's saying on my Navigraph thing, 4 knots crosswind. Nothing pretty significant, nothing too worrying. I wish I had a packaging knife, because I'm conscious I actually want to kind of rip this open now whilst we're in the cruise to have a little look and just offer you guys my first instant reaction kind of thing. There he goes. Yoink! There's a screenshot. Ah, 767. Epic. So Toga takeoff today, really high altitude, 8,360 feet above mean sea level, and we'll see what happens. We'll probably use a fair bit of this. We'll get the terrain map on after takeoff, will be quite useful.
Alpha taxiing to Alpha 3 for 14 left via November Alpha.
He's just up now actually, Badger. He's used most of the runway. And it is, but but the problem is then I won't be able to actually record me genuinely unboxing it. But I suppose I don't really do much of that anyway. And realistically, you know, I know unboxing things are quite exciting, but you just want to see the products and hear about it, don't you? You don't want to watch people unpackage a bag with a box inside of it, and then another box inside of that, and then go, ooh. The Winwing FCU AE just been sent to me. Well, I say just been sent to me, it got sent about a week and a half ago. So its journey was Chengdu to, in fact let me get it out, Chengdu in China to Shanghai. After getting to Shanghai, it was then sent to all the way to Fokpark Oud Meer in the Netherlands. From there, and that journey took a day, so it was flown there physically. From there on the 3rd, it was then transferred a day later to Grace Holland in Belgium, which I assume is a port, because then a day later, it then arrived, or 2 days later rather, it arrived in Dartford, which is a port, and then 2 days later I got a text saying it's in Abingdon in Oxfordshire, and I had a load of money to pay.
Bogota traffic, Osprey 77 Delta Heavy taxiing to runway 14 left via Delta, Papa, Alpha, holding point Alpha 2.
Oh, he's rolling. Whoever that is, they're not actually transmitting anything on ATC. So check your frequency. Osprey 220 Delta. Will it be 1327? Andy says, did anyone hear about Microsoft introducing charges at the end of 2025 for us to continue to run Windows 10 for security updates, 50 quid a year? My goodness. Well, I've not heard about that, but to be honest, I've shifted across to Windows 11 anyway. Quite early on, adopted that. Strobe steady. TARA. Traffic. Fuel flow reset rates. That's checked. That's all good. Runway turn off lights. And I'll leave the landing lights on for now. A little bit of power. Off he goes. Look at that for a climb out. Loads of Osprey coming. This is great. I love a fly along with you guys. It makes it really good. Bogotá traffic. Osprey 165 fire. Alpha 3. My god, my memory's terrible today. Fire Alpha 3 lining up runway 14 left. I've had a proper... That's like the third brain fart today. God. Oh, I need a drink. I've had 2 coffees.
Bogotá traffic, Avianca 27 Charlie, taxiing to runway.
And even that's not enough.
And
I've had a Yorkie bar.
Alpha and Alpha 1, Bogotá traffic.
It is Monday after all, yes. Right, let's see. So a little bit of a countdown just to give whoever just took off a little bit more time to get airborne. But look at that for a backdrop, folks. How spectacular is this? Oh, bloody 787 livery. We just have to ignore the pinkness. So we're going to be straight off up towards the central business district over there, turning round back on ourselves, and then we kind of wiggle past all this terrain, head south up that valley on the right hand side of the screen, then head eastbound again around the hills. as we climb away. So pretty crazy. Should be quite good. Do I drink my coffee with sugar or black? I don't drink any sugar in there, but I have a bit of milk in there. I do like a bit of full fat milk. But a creamy taste. Right, that should be enough time. That's all set. Look at all that terrain. And let's bring the range ring in a little bit so we can see more closely what we need to be doing. Bogotá traffic, Osprey 165, taking off 14 left, answer 4 Romeo, departure Gikpu, transition Bogotá. So a little bit into wind, we'll get that stick forwards, get the old brakes off. Don't forget you're 8,500 feet almost MSL basically, so we are very high altitude here, so we're demanding a lot of the engines to get airborne. That's all good. Toga. Proper toga.
Bogotá traffic, Osprey 6 lining up 14 left and we'll wait separation.
Speed's alive, power's set. Coming up to 80 knots, just relieve the nose wheel pressure. We've got rudder authority now.
80 knots.
To be honest, I could probably release a bit of the aileron pressure as well. We're going to use a lot of the runway here. Look at that. And we are light today.
V1. Rotate.
Gently does it, because don't forget,
Positive rate of climb.
we're a long old aeroplane and we're probably going to tell Striker if we get it wrong. Gear up. Interesting. Okay, so heading select mode. CMDA. That's good. Auto brake off. Runway turn off lights. Oh my goodness, I forgot the landing lights. That's definitely not been done by real pilots before. We'll go flaps 1. And we'll keep a climb into 3.6. Nice. Into the cloud. Bogotá traffic, Osprey 165's airborne through 11,000, answer 4 Romeo, final call Bogotá. Look at that view. Really nice scenery in this part of the world. There's Bogotá, El Dorado. Look at the size of that airport, it's huge. And then we go to this view. We've got a bit more of the city around and below us. We're approaching the Suasha VOR. Look at that terrain, absolutely stunning. Andy, do you know what happened with those two aircraft which clipped wings the other day? So yeah, basically the BA A350 was on stand boarding passengers for a flight. The Virgin aircraft was tugged behind it, and the tug drivers turned too early basically, and caused the wing to slice through the horizontal stabilizer. Also jettisoning tiny fragments of carbon fibre and composite material into the atmosphere because of all of the tiny little fragments that broke off, and being super windy it was all a bit messy as well. So a couple of people breathing that in, not good. Yeah, Bobby, that was it. And in the
Bogota
ration
traffic,
packs, they
Osprey
were
77 Delta Heavy,
not for
landing up
civvies
runway
on the
14
packaging
left.
for that as well. Fun fact.
Bogota traffic.
So Soasha VOR maintaining at 205-ish knots, well 230 knots now, accelerating. We can clean the aeroplane up, so we'll go flap 0 and we should get no lights. So we're LNAV, VNAV, auto throttle, that's all good. And climbing up through the cloud. Let's get the landing lights off now. Oh, I'm at a nightmare. Forgot to turn the taxi lights off as well. It's one of those days today, I think, folks. I'm just not with it. Good job this isn't a real aeroplane. I've quite a few occasions I've watched the old aeroplane land. It is rare, but pilots do forget to turn the landing lights on, even for landing. I've watched a few take land at Heathrow without any landing lights on, but they've got the runway turn off lights on instead and stuff. So I guess sometimes they're just a bit fatigued and they'll forget. Oh, that's proper cheeky. I'm trying to sell my motorcycle trousers. One pair that I bought when I was doing my CBT. And I've worn them once. Only once. For the CBT. And they were a bit too short on the ankle, so I went out and bought a new pair. And I'm trying to sell them for £200 on eBay. They're worth £300. And somebody's just decided to try and... Oh no, that's a different product. I was going to say, someone's just bidded 80 quid. That's a very badly worded notification from eBay. Away we go. Yeah, that's what the medical examiner said. Well, they said we're all basically made of carbon anyway, so I'm sure it will be fine. The problem is, it's things like all the glues and everything else that they put into the carbon fibre to weave and make it all fuse together. Benoit, welcome. Alpino said he's heard that the FSLTL texture pack can be set to 2K. How do we do that? I'm not actually sure, to be honest. I've not gone on and checked for a little while. Chris says wouldn't be surprised if the entire contingent of the Columbian VATSIM VAC suddenly come online. I don't know. The other day we flew into Bogotá, we had full ATC on arrival because it was the Columbia 24-hour event. Who knows? Matthew, whoops. Everyone has an oops day, don't they? It's actually quite nice not having the overlay on. I'm just kind of watching the stream on the Streamlabs system, showing me what it's showing you guys, and it's actually nice just seeing engines, wing, and sky, albeit with a little bit of text scrolling away. Flight time of 1 hour, Doyle. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to that, but Volanta's decided to break today, so that's not working. I've spent 30 minutes trying to get it working though prior to the stream. So what we're off to now, Cartagena, again developed by V-Pilot, who's in the chat today. Another product that's available in the MSFS Marketplace only. You can buy all three as a pack as well, or you can buy them individually. But this is the version 2 from V-Pilot for Cartagena, so I'll be checking out their latest update to the product. I've never flown in there before, so I don't know what version 1 looked like, but I've been told it's got large changes to it. You can see the mountains there, top of the windows, looking really good. No, it's the stream overlay from within Volanta Dual. Which isn't working today.
Departing runway 14 left, right at Dan for Romeo departure.
Getting distracted by all the views there. I forgot to go to standard pressure. No worries though, because we're climbing through a lot of altitude anyway, so it's not going to make a massive difference. Where's that terrain? Look at that. That's why we got the terrain map on. So that's not massively lower than us at the moment. But it's green. Green is good. So there is terrain. But it's not a massive issue. Now that'll be down to the livery creators, Flight Sim Pilot, that do a lot of Osprey paints. But to be honest, I think we've got a lot of 737 paint schemes now. I wouldn't want to create an additional one, although it might not take that long creating the split scimitar for the BDSF. I'm not sure if that has an option for it though. I've got a feeling that the BDSF livery is only with a blended wing. Or as in the actual model itself, I think it's only with a blended wing. I might be wrong, but I can't remember seeing a 737-800 BDSF in the hangar with a split scimitar wing option. Right, let me get a knife real quick. I'm going to rip open the packaging on my Winwing FCU.
4400, Bogotá.
Stunning, isn't it, Dwal? Great part of the world to explore. I've opted for a screwdriver instead. So basically there's a big plastic bag, and then inside that is a brown box that says Winwing on it, covered in sellotape. I'm always dubious about the tape and stuff with these things, because I'm thinking, well, actually I like to be quite clean, and this has travelled all across the world. So how much bacteria is on this box? I'm hoping, if I can at least describe, I might do a written review, depending on the two. Might do a written review, kind of showing the differences. Let's have a little look here then. Right, so you want a bit of, you can have a bit of unboxing ASMR, Dwal. Can you hear that? Let's see. Tiny little qualified certificate, which means absolutely jack all. Ooh, lots of screws. Allen keys. USB-C connection. Good, I like to see more modern stuff. Okay. So it's a little bit bigger than the Mini FCU. And actually, looking at this, it's probably more akin to real size, like full size FCU. Because this is. Move me headset out of the way. God, it's a third bigger, folks. The Winwing FCU, half the price and a third bigger. What else have we got in here? Looks like a little bracket No instructions, I might add.
Sorry guys, I spoke just now, so I'm not sure that's my pick, but I should be clear now.
Okay, so that's the plastic out the way. Ooh. Let's have a little look. This is fresh from FedEx. Oh wow. So immediately, this takes up no office space. It's so the Mini FCU, for those of you who have seen it, it goes back a fair bit, doesn't it? So it's about a whole hand's length of depth, right? This is as long as my thumb. That's as deep as it is. So it's a really thin unit, and it's got the connections at the back ready for an extension for the rest of the unit when eventually they come. But let's see, that it's got push and pull functionality. It snaps between 100 and 1000. Can you hear this? Ooh, lovely. And if I talk, hopefully you can hear the clicking in the mic. That's me rotating the knobs and the buttons for autopilot. But actually, materials-wise, they feel, the actual panel itself feels exactly the same. The paint on the Mini cockpit one is a lot nicer. So where, for example, the heading knob is on the Mini FCU, that's got a really beautiful deep blue kind of icon on it, or like paint or colour on it. This is a bit more faded. And it's got an expedite button which is blanked off for what it's worth. But you can change that. They've got a package which so means it's changeable. So you can purchase buttons basically that allow you to put expedite or whatever else into it, or like an LS button instead. But let me take a picture. Who's on Discord, folks? I'll put pictures in the crew room chat.
Got air traffic, Osprey 272 is airborne passing through 10,700.
There you go.
On the Dancer.
First look at the Winwing.
Get crew transition, final call.
Actually, it feels really nice. Looks massive in comparison to the Mini FCU. But yeah, like we've all just been chatting around, it's full size, so it's wildly different in comparison. Looks great. Feels really nice. Blown up, welcome. Right, where are we at? Zipaquera VOR's coming up, so we're still in the climb. At 4 knots for the TAF between 12Z today and tomorrow, so that's from now building. 4 knot tailwind, therefore 19. What do you reckon, folks? Shall we do a coastal arrival with the tailwind of about 3 knots, 4 knots tailwind, which is still in limits, or should we switch and land with a headwind? I think we stick with the coastal and do a bit of a trickier tailwind approach. It's still just about in limits when we arrive, and that'll be the approach onto runway 19, but it obviously requires a significant backtrack as well. Top of climb coming up. Exactly. Yeah, I say tailwinds, Arto. It's only currently, according to Navigraph, 2 knots, but it'll increase to nearly 4 knots tailwind. So I think we'll stick with it. RNAV 19 via Utlock. Actually, via Sinob, I think. I need to pin the charts. So if I just get the charts up, just change that rubbish bit of music. Ugreb to Sinob for the initial approach fix. There we go. And then Ugreb to Charlie. Execute. Ugreb, Teruk, Sinob, Utlock. Final approach, and it's an RNAV approach. But looking at this, RMP 19, it's got an LNAV and a VNAV elements. We've done our descent forecasts, and we've got our local QNH, which is in the chat as well. Thanks, Badger. We've got variable winds at 2 knots, all the 9s visibility. Sorry, not all the 9s, 9,000 meters visibility. 28 degrees, dew point 26. It's pretty warm, but only a 2 degree spread, so we might get decreasing visibility there. And a QNH 1007. That's good. Could put fixed ring in, but I'm not going to worry about that today. And the runway length 2390. And realistically, we're not going to. I mean, the touchdown zone is literally here. I had a little look the other day. So the touchdown zone's there. Usable landing distance is probably nearer to 1,500 meters. So we're going to use auto brake 3, or actually auto brake 2, and then we'll revert to manual brakes to decelerate. We'll come off down at the bottom, turn around on delta, and then hopefully keep the speed up to backtrack and vacate onto the apron at alpha, which is their primary apron. So we'll backtrack off, and then we'll pick a stand. 1 to go. We're doing max 7.9. So as we get level off in the cruise, we'll get the speed running up. But actually, we've got to think about who's ahead of us as well. So if we revert now to Volanta, I'll put some of the screenshots on for today. People still getting airborne. Hergy's there. Like some games about to take off. Centurio as well, nice, flying along, legend. He's joining us in the CL60. Hopefully we've got the model matching working today, mate. Avianca 27 Charlie's up. 707 liner. Behind Ian, Osprey 2472. And he's behind Zato, Osprey 77 Delta in the 777-200. Osprey 27 Alpha in the A320. So we're all going to have to kind of speed match here, because some of us are flying very fast aeroplanes. There's the departure routing to avoid all that terrain. Look at that. Really remarkable. And then up to Gikpu, we've got Osprey 220 Delta ahead of us, followed by P2 Osprey 32 leading the pack. Badger, DHL 919 in the A300. Let's see if we've got some screenshots so far. Badger, Peter, Osprey 220 Delta. Zato. Look at that. Flying P3D, right? In the 777. Stunning. Can't wait for that to come and us paint it up in that Osprey paint. Ian in the 739 as well. Avianca 27 Charlie. VATSIM game has taken off right behind him, so that's he's going to be right up his chuff. Centurio's there. NetJets. And Hergy in the A320. So as we're kind of landing into Cartagena, or as we kind of actually prepping for the next sector rather, we're going to be getting ready for departure as aeroplanes are still landing. But once we're all at Cartagena, we can try and maybe bunch up a little bit more, because at Tocumen the second somebody takes off at Cartagena, we can backtrack, and potentially we can backtrack too, so we can have one holding at Delta whilst the other person is lining up waiting to take off on 0. It all depends really on the whole kind of thing. Actually, taking off on 19 means a southbound departure, so a shorter backtrack, so it's all good. We'll figure it out. Nice, Centurion. How did the move go? Moved all the way from west coast to east coast. Says there means that the streams are now at 8 AM for him Eastern time instead of 3 AM. That's a huge difference, isn't it? Shows you how many time zones America has, my goodness. James asking about any more news on Honeycomb. Are they still in business? They are still in business. The whole thing's still a mess, but beyond what we managed to kind of get out there a little while ago, no one else has really covered it or put pressure on them, so it's almost fizzled out a little bit, which is a shame. Be interested to see how this Winwing unit works. Actually, are they instructions? No, they're stickers. So obviously Mini Cockpit, you need to download the Mini Cockpit software. And I don't know if you need that with Winwing. Yeah, like a Winwing software. .320 FCU Unit 1. SimApp Pro. I assume we need that. But that's all about like F-16s and Apaches and DCS and F-15s and things like that. Which doesn't make any sense. True, Dwell. Who knows? Yeah, we'll have to do some kind of retro livery. I'm not sure what though. In the 7.3, in the 777 when that comes. But for me, the focus will be getting a modern one done first, more than anything else. The software's called SimApp Pro. It's normally 100% needed. Knowledge system. Let's have a little look on their website. Yeah, everything's about DCS. Not particularly helpful. This is one of the first units to be shipped, which is super exciting. I don't think anyone else has got one yet. Firmware. FCU app, hardware 51 FW102 2402222. It's got to be that. FCU app. So I'll download that as a file. There's no drivers, no manuals. Actually, is there a manual? FCU Unit 1 Manual PDF. Way! Oh, actually, yeah, he sent me this the other week. Installation dimensions, mechanical functions. A terrible set of documentation, really. None the wiser with that. It talks about how to install the brackets, basically, which obviously you do need to know. But SimApp Pro. I'll download that very briefly. Plug and play with SimApp, no manual setup required. There you go, found the answer. And it's got all of the stuff in place ready for EFIS left, EFIS right, glare wing left for that full kind of Airbus glare shield, which is coming out soon. Alright, so SimApp Pro it is. Lovely job. Ashton, good afternoon. Andy says, I know you mostly fly airliners. Ever thought about doing some general aviation flights, or do you prefer being at 35,000 feet? I prefer the airliners, to be honest. I always have. I find general aviation on VATSIM a bit too complex, a bit too much of a headache. And that said, I mean, there are quite a few good things available for it, aeroplanes for it, but yeah, it's just not my kind of vibe, I don't think. Depends. The Chinook's great. And I've got Lelstadt. Brilliant. I'm going to sort the dog out. So we've got to work out where to go for Lelstadt. Rightio, he's sorted. Yeah, I've got Lelstadt from Papa Hotel, a new scenery developer that's on the scene, and we trying to sort that out, like a stream out for that. But what I've decided to do instead for that is Nuremberg to Lelstadt in the BA 146-200 QT for some cargo ops. So we'll do that. I'll say tomorrow. I'm now tempted to do that on Wednesday, which will give me time tomorrow to fiddle and play with this Winwing FCU and start working on like a review piece and a comparison. Bit difficult because I know there's no like cockpit cam or anything like that on the stream, so it'll be recorded via my phone or a GoPro, that sort of vibe, but we'll work something out for that. But it depends. What do you guys want to see with a Winwing video? It says plug and play, so I want to test it out on various aeroplanes, like the ATR, the BA-146 or something as well, maybe. Actually, maybe not that, because it's not got a particularly modern avionics suite. 737 perhaps, see how it works. Fenix A320, Flubberway 32NX, and see if it is, quote, plug and play, unquote, in comparison to the mini cockpit aeroplane, which has only just got Fenix support actually. Top descent in 100 miles. Have a look at this. Now the sun's on it. Won't let me go down anymore, will it? Look at that. Chronix, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, great to see you. I'm surprised about how big the Winwing version, the Winwing FCU is in comparison to the Mini FCU. Our Mini FCU is literally in the name. It's a shrunk down version, which might be the better option because of, you know, desk space and all the rest of it, to be fair. But when this is 150 quid, it's a whole £100 cheaper, which means when they release the EFIS left and EFIS right, you'll be able to purchase that, at least one of those. So you'll have a you'll have a full-sized FCU plus EFIS left for the same price as a mini cockpit FCU, which to me is a no-brainer. If they both do the same thing, and the quality of this feels really good anyway, then I mean the plastic's slightly different, just kind of rubbing it. But yeah, for me it seems a bit of like a no-brainer to get that Winwing FCU instead. Directly looking at the two of them now and comparing kind of like for like, it makes me wonder why the Mini FCU is so deep, because this Winwing FCU is so thin in comparison, as you can see in the pictures in Discord. Chronix, good to hear, mate. Glad you're enjoying VATSIM. Good to hear the tutorials have been really useful. Appreciate the subscriber. What have we got here? Up near. So actually, where are my charts? On let's pin that. We don't want it overlaid, just want it pinned. So Ugreb's meant to be at or above 6,000 feet. Hold on. No, that's the wrong chart. Pinned the wrong one. Let me unpin that. That's better. Alright, Upgreb at or above 10. Teruk at or above 10. Sinob at or above 4. Utlog at 3. So I just want to change that. Just set a speed and an altitude. Might move my top of descent forwards a bit. Tony has. Evil ASAR, 170 Australian dollars for the Winwing FCU. What's the comparison for mini cockpit then? It's probably about 350 US dollars. Sorry, Australian dollars. We're using runway 19 at Cartagena 707 liner. So you want the Ugreb to Charlie arrival via Synob for the RMP 19 approach. We did go through it during the climb, but I think you're at that point looking at the kind of flow of how people have been flying along today. You were probably thinking about taking off at that point, so you weren't watching, which is forgivable. I'll let you off. So 10, 10, 4 and then 3. And then I missed approaching there for hold at Simab, but hoping not to need that. We're not going to... should I put a fix in? Runway 19. Yeah, let's put a fix in. We'll go for utlocks at 10. So we'll do 10. And we'll do 4 DME as well to get a little bit of range ring on. Look at that price difference, folks, for people in Australia. The Winwing FCU that we've just been talking about, I've got the unit right here next to me. That's 170 Australian dollars. And in comparison, the Mini Cockpit Mini FCU is 417 Australian dollars. That price difference. Winwing, it's a no-brainer. Get the Winwing then. I haven't tried it yet. But if it is plug and play like it says, that price difference is huge. What do you think, James? Kind of makes me a little frustrated Winwing weren't ahead of the curve, you know. They weren't coming out early doors to compete with Mini Cockpit when they released their product, because that would have made Mini Cockpit sweat a little bit, I think. Because at the time it appeared as if that, and it has been the only FCU kind of product available for quite some time until now. Winwing have come along and created a product at almost half the price, which is insane. Can't turn your nose up at that, can you? But that price difference in Australian dollars really shows that there is a massive gulf, a massive difference in the price. And physically to touch, there doesn't seem to be that much difference in quality. Little bits I mentioned with the paint and things on the heading knob, which you could hopefully make out in the pictures in the crew room chat that I put in earlier on, but somebody's already spoke right over that. You can kind of see the difference a little bit with the knobs. But even then, the vertical speed knob and all of the kind of textures on the knobs are really nicely machined on the Winwing version as well. Ian, well, Mini Cockpit Mini FCU is made in China. Or Hong Kong, one of them. So it may well be that, until then they didn't have a competitor, so just charged what they thought people would pay. What's the ETA V pilot? I'm not sure. Let's have a little look. We're on live time. Prog. 13:46Z. So 30 minutes to landing. And then we'll smash through prep for the second sector to Tocumen in Panama. I've got the Orbex Panama City Pack still installed as well from all that time ago. Those of you who remember that little video I did showing the Panama Canal. There's the difference for those of you in America. Thanks, Eblacer. So I've discussed the pound sterling price difference between Mini Cockpit and the FCU and the Winwing FCU. For the US folk, the Winwing is $99.95 compared to Mini FCU, which is $269 US. Whoa. Jeez. It's not even a slight undercut in price, is it? That's more than half price for you guys in America. Yeah, $120-ish in the end for the total price beyond the pre-order, as V-Pilot's saying, for that dollar's price there. So currently in pre-order it's $100 effectively if we just round it up for the sake of it, but it will go up to $125 roughly at full price. But even then, at full price, $125 compared to $269, crazy difference. In Canada, thanks Living on a Player, the Winwing FCU is $148, but $373 for the Mini FCU for a mini cockpit. Woohoo! Oh my god. Yeah, insane. So what I'm hoping to do is take a couple of pictures, maybe do a written review. I'll put that on the website, or maybe as a community post on YouTube. And then I'll do like a video, but I'm not sure how I'm going to edit that video. Because GoPro have kind of, they've mothballed a lot of PC software now. I'll work something out. It might take me a few days, which is why I'm tempted to delay the delay tomorrow's stream until Wednesday, so that I can spend the day fiddling and working on this Winwing review. Because I'm conscious, if you want to pre-order the Winwing version, you kind of want to know sooner rather than later if it's worth your time and money. $100 on the Mini FCU for import fees. Whew. Well, I've got 2 brackets either laser, and it's got some pads here that I'm looking at with double-sided sticky pads. You to connect it to the desk, but not entirely certain. I don't think my computer screen goes up anymore. Oh, no it doesn't, I almost tipped it backwards. That'd have been embarrassing. So we've got 40 miles on him. What we might have to do actually is be creative here. So instead of entering a hold, we might just extend the downwind leg using heading mode, and then vector onto a long final to allow for a backtrack. One thing I have noticed is this. So a little caution, exercise caution, do not fly west of the airport below 2,500 feet due to area SKR-17, which is that. So I'm assuming that is a militarised area, or a noise abatement area. Nope. That's Cartagena. So it might just denote the city actually, avoiding the city. In fact, no, look, this is this whole island. Restricted area SKR-17 is located 2 nautical miles southwest of the airport. Runway characteristics may cause it to be slippery when wet. The strip of land, we've got Rafael Núñez located along the Caribbean coastline of northwest Colombia. And in this area, the general coastline is orientated in a north to south direction, but the airport is on a narrow strip of land running southwest to northeast. This strip of land forms the western shoreline of Cartagena's bay, allowing only a narrow entrance to the harbour from the north. Water borders both ends of the runway. The highest obstacle in the area is a man-made structure at 994 feet MSL with 9 nautical miles southeast of the airport. And runway 19 approach is going to look like that. And if we're approaching on 01, it looks like that. The pilot's saying it's a very nice and touristic city. It looks like a beautiful place to go, to be fair. Can't find any information on the this restricted zone. That might be like a protected area, not necessarily militarized, but it might be more about sort of protecting habitats or something instead. Who knows? We'll go back to manage speed. The Mini FCU pretty much costs a pair of AirPods Pro 2 in Singapore. So that's all good, that's all set. What have we got here then? We briefed for the approach. We need to make sure we've got our minimums set just prior to top of descent here. We've got 410, let's get the charts hidden as well. LNAV VNAV 410. $1007 for the predicted QNH and minimums. We'll go flap 40, wind correction +5. Actually, we'll go flap 30 because I think actually that's going to allow us to spend less time on the runway. Yeah, we'll do flap 30. Order brake 2, manual brakes. So order brake 2 will take the pressure, and then from there we'll go to manual brakes for the remainder. We need the inbound course 190. I'm going to set that. But there's no VOR approach or anything, it's just RMP or visual, so that's just going to be there as a bit of a guide for us. And the Cartagena VOR is again irrelevant because that doesn't help for the missed approach either. But it'll be for the departure. Mike, welcome. And then we're going to set it down to 4. LNAV and VNAV are the active modes. Auto thrusters on, and we need to reset our landing elevation to 0 feet. Like so. Keep forgetting that. And we'll just enter a descent now to begin a gentle entry into the descent. Medin, not right now. In about 20 minutes, 15 minutes. We just entered the descent. QNH 1018, 1008 now actually, so let's just rechange that. Make sure that's ready. We'll go back to that nice view. 1 knot headwind, 1 knot tailwind for runway 19 and a 4 knot crosswind now. The latest METAR. Pretty good. Perfect conditions. So the import fees for me for the Winwing unit that I've just received was £11.05 British pounds, pound sterling. So that's how much the duty tax was for me, but I don't know if that is because they've marked it as a gift or like a lower value. Let's see what it says here. Oh, it's flown on Tibet Airlines. Got a Tibet Airlines sticker on that. That's pretty snazzy. It doesn't actually have any kind of duty tax labelling or anything on this, so I don't know. But you expect to pay some import tax on it because it's coming in from abroad, and there are various export, import, export fees you've got to pay on that sort of thing. How you doing, Norman? Good to see you. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Keep hitting the like button, folks, as well. Yes, it's even cheaper for you folks in the States if you don't need to pay import fees. So we're on Unicom, but we're still a little way out to bother calling up and panicking ATC or on the old on Unicom. Living in other places, we have to pay the Trudeau tax Canada on anything imported. It's pretty much the same in the UK. You've got to pay tax. Once you paid for shipping and tax for the import, you're looking on the Winwing at full price, you're looking at about £160 compared to nearly £300 for the mini cockpit mini FCU. So it is literally pretty much half price. Zato, you tell me. You're the one that chose it. I hoped you'd have done some calculations beforehand. I'm guessing no. You should be alright. Living on places where he bought his Toby iTracker, he had to pay $30 import fees. They've got to pay government sales tax, I think that is, in Australia, and anything over 100 Australian dollars in Australia, which is imported. You might have to park in the backup parking zone over there in the secondary platform, Zato, in your 777. To be fair, we talk about max auto brakes and things, but now I think I'm going to do more like what Matthew does, one of the other channel members that's a real life pilot, and he recommended a little while ago, was it last week I think, wasn't it? He said he pretty much never uses medium auto brake in the Airbus. What he does is he always lands with low auto brake and then reverts to manual braking. So I'm going to do that. Which is why today I'm using Auto Brake 2, because it's got quite a nice gentle application, albeit a bit firmer than Auto Brake 1. That should get a bit of the weight transfer forward, begin to decelerate, then I can take over manual brakes. So that's what I'm hoping for. But again, we're longer, we're heavier, our approach speed is slightly faster in this today than it is in the 737-800. We'll see what happens. Takeoff will be fine. If you got the GE90 Zato for this short 1 hour hop, that 777 will be a rocket ship. Plenty of runway, 2,390 metres of runway length for you there. Yeah, that's what we said. That's a 1 knot tailwind on 19, Joe, which naturally in reverse would give a 1 knot headwind on 01, but usually we'll focus on flying the primary runway, which in fairness would be 01 because it's got an ILS, but all of our pre-flight planning has led for us to become kind of reliant on 19. And we could do 01 to be fair, but we are well above profile for 01 at this point. that being the primary runway and all that. In fact, let me just have a look on flight radar. Avianca is just about to depart. So there's a Copa Airlines flight landing in 19 minutes. Barranquilla. What are we on? So they've just departed 01. Should we make a quick change? Quick vote for those of you flying along. Because we can quickly rebrief for a runway switch. We just might need to do a lot of work to catch up. Drag required, roger. Give it some more to brake. Speed brake rather. Oh, they're both difficult flights to pilot, there's only a 1 knot difference. We'll stick with what we've got then. Because I think all of you guys have programmed that in as well, and it will just be a little bit too compressed. Bearing in mind we've got a couple of people already ahead of us for runway 19. So we'll stick with 19. Oh, Volanta. Look at that. I see Badger's doing 01 anyway, but we've got Peter ahead. Oh, Osprey 220 Delta's doing 01 as well. Look. Chuffy neck. Right, we'll do 01. Let's change the runway for me, because we're already configured here, so let me do real quick stuff here. Zato's doing the 19s. No, I'll stick to 19. I'll stick to 19. Screw it, because a load of you guys are already ready for it. I thought all of the guys ahead were doing 19 as well, but they're not. But that's fine. We'll break off. We'll stick to runway 19 on the RNAV. Decisions, eh? This is where we need ATC. Yeah, that's it. I won't change my mind again. 707 liner. Oh dear. I feel like I'm sleep deprived. Scatty. Scatty's the word for today's live stream. Danny terrain map. We've got that. That's fine. To be fair, I'm doing 19, says Centurio. Zato's doing 19 as well. I am also doing 19. Ian's doing 19. 707 line's doing 19. That's all good. It is, because I've got the Winwing FCU next to me, and I'm like, I want to plug it in and play. I want to try it out. Just off the nose. Where is it? Ah. No, that's the river. What canal? It's going to be up there somewhere. But I think that's the runway there. Evil Acer, nice one, thanks mate, very generous. Just gifted 5 channel memberships to some of you watching today. So courtesy of Evil Acer, one of our channel members. James, welcome. Chris Loach, Neil as well. Gary Duffy. And the Gotlandis Farmer. You've all been gifted a channel membership for the next month. So make sure you head to our Discord server if you've just been gifted a membership, and link your YouTube account into your Discord user settings in the connections area, and it will get you access to our club lounge. Yeah, one is a lot better for spacing because of the less backtrack and all the rest of it, but it is we've committed now. It's down here somewhere because there's some ships, and I remember seeing some ships around the airport runway. So I'm trying to just identify wherever it is. In fact, there it is. Right in the centre of the screen. Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165, currently 8,800 feet, QNH 1008, heading inbound Sinop for the Ugreb 2 Charlie arrival, RNAV 19 approach. We'll report turning final, 19, Cartagena traffic. Chris, so if you don't set the nav course for the ILS approach in this, it won't shoot the ILS properly. So you'll get issues. Speaking of issues, how long is this USB lead that... It's really good to be distracted at 6,000 feet descending, isn't it? But how long is this lead that Winwing have sent me? Because the mini FCU one is ruddy short. Let's have a little look here. Okay, wow, okay, that's a long USB-C lead. Good. That in itself is a big tick straight away. It's about 2-3 metre length. How long is that thing? Whoosh! That's like a 2.5 metre long USB-C cable. That's fantastic. Radio, Sinop coming up. For NFLR games, well, hopefully you won't look at this and think, my goodness, I wish I purchased the Winwing FCU, because it's almost half the price, mate. I'm going to compress my final, by the way, into a bit of, I say a bit of, a lot of deceleration. What do you reckon, actually? Let's... CG402 at 1600. I reckon we hand fly this in. From here, what do you think? Lights. Signs. Get the crew seated. Pressure panel set. That's away. We do want to arm that though. to go. Right, screw it. My controls. Set 190 on the box. Auto throttle off. Flight directors off. We'll do a little recycle of those. So, visual flight. Speed is good. On 37.
2500.
That'll do us. Just going to hold 2000 here. Little balloon there. But we flap 10. There's the runway. And Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165 is 5 mile final, runway 19, visual approach, Cartagena. Get down. Lap 15. Stunning. Really nice. Corner recall. Just going to let the nose come down a little bit. Lap 25. Retrim. Really, really nice, this part of the world, isn't it? Never been here before in the sim. V-Pilot's given us a reason to do that. Not the sim, VATSIM client software, but actually rather the scenery designer that's in the chat today. Gonna get rid of the Toby eye tracker because it actually just becomes wildly distracting. 160. Wind's calm apparently. Oh, suddenly now a 8 knot crosswind, and now it's dropped off again. So a little bit variable. Just something to contend with. 1000. Speed.
In traffic, Osprey 77 Delta slowing down to 180 knots.
Speed brakes armed. One thing I forgot there.
Traffic in swing.
Thank you.
Yep, no worries.
Look at
I wasn't
this.
sure whether to enter the hole that was blocked, to be honest.
It's not a worry. I'll extend my downwind for you here.
Yeah, thanks. I'm slow out now.
Suddenly an 8 knot crosswind.
Copy.
We're 11 miles
Here we
off
go.
at the moment, 4,000.
Short runway, so I'm going to let it just drop a tiny little bit low.
Copy.
100.
Oh, look at this. Looks great.
50. 30.
And traffic
20.
Osprey 77 Delta, field at our site at our 9 o'clock position. We're going to be extending our downwind for the
reverse.
company Osprey. That's
Green. Oh, a little wiggle there. Brakes got it. 100 knots. Water brake 2 might have this actually. Brakes off. My brakes through 80 knots. Commentator, welcome mate. 60 knots. Let's get rid of the reverse thrust. £171 per minute. There's the crosswind. And touchdown, slightly at the edge of the zone. Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165, if it's clear, we'll backtrack 19. Speed brake retracted, flaps up. We'll leave all the landing lights and stuff on. Water brake. Disarm. Flight director's off. And what we'll do is we will offset, backtrack, just so we stand out from the runway. So we won't taxi right on the centre line. Here we go folks, Cartagena.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey 77 Delta, increasing speed to 200 knots. We're going to increase our spacing with the Osprey traffic that's turning inbound for full talk.
Osprey traffic, Osprey picking up area, we're inbound. We'll top the initial picture top for the RNC 19.
And Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165, vacating Alpha to the gates. So actually what, 3 minutes? Smashed it. Let's see, what do we got here? We'll leave the taxi lights off, strobes off. Let's park. Look at this, it's really cool. Steps and it's kind of like a little covered jetty apron thing. Custom GSX profile as well, as you can see. This is the official profile. Brakes. Power brake set. Everything's retracted, so that's all good. APU's got power. Engines spooling down. Sector 1 of 2. Complete. Get them off. Start planning the next sector. Just set the chocks. Anti-collision lights off.
Traffic Osprey 2703's final fix, RMP 19.
Look at this. Medellin, Bogota, Medellin, Bogota, San Andres, and Bogota for some routes there for you. Nice simple interior. And actually some pretty good glass textures as well. Right on the line. Oh yeah. We'll have a little look around as people start to land and things.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey 77 Delta, turning direct approach, fix full stop, slowing down to 170 knots.
Just waiting for a screenshot really. Is that about, that's about head height. Get a new sky out, let's have a little look. Close the flight, we've got a 10, beautiful. Little profit, nice to do that manual flight as well. Bit of manual flying and stuff. It says most of the interiors models, parking lot areas have got a lot of detail as well. The passengers should walk all the way to the luggage vans.
We got a low quantity fuel on the e-cam warning here on Cartagena traffic.
Oh yeah. So I've gone through the doors into this kind of departures lounge area, but actually these are all separate. Oh, look at this. They're still coming through. I think she was the first. No, he's the first. Hey, look, they're in the baggage hall.
Heading 005.
How cool is that? Okay, that's a nice little GSX profile. And this looks pretty good as well. Look at these.
Cartagena traffic, jet 246.
And then he's gone off into there, basically, pretending to go into arrivals. In fact, he's still walking, my goodness. So in theory, is he going to pop out through... Oh, this looks fantastic. I think we've still got a few minutes to go before we get someone to find out. I'm curious to know if this bold guy comes out through the door.
Cartagena traffic Osprey gives up those backtracking up on line.
Probably not. Where's he gone? They're kind of coming through here, aren't they? Oh, they disappear there. That's a pretty natural place for them to disappear, to be fair. Pretty good. Right, let's have a little look around very briefly. Some of the elements of this. Good old Corona advert. The setting here is quite cool as well. There's the modelled parking lot that V-Pilot mentioned in the chat a moment ago. Oh look, there they are. They're walking around again.
Cartegena traffic Osprey 27 up vacated runway 19.
Oh, Chuffineck. He didn't say short final, he said turning final fix. Ah, sorry I missed your landing. So they're all walking through, that's pretty cool. These people are kind of just milling about. Turning up for the next flight, aren't they? They're going Panama City, they're going Tocumen. This is pretty good. What do you guys think in the live chat? Sorry, I missed your landing. Osprey 27 Alpha. We've got here, we've got a tower as well. Should we watch the next one in the tower?
Cartagena traffic Osprey 2, still extending the downwind leg, heading 007, reaching and 205.
That's pretty cool. Right, let's watch from the tower this next touchdown.
Cartegena traffic, Osprey 77 Delta. We are 10 miles out. Visual approach, runway 15.
So this next sector is going to be short runway ops out of Cartagena in the 737-900 as we've just been in, and we are going to be flying to Tocumen International in Panama.
Roger, we'll let you know, 77 Delta.
Very scenic approach. You got that kind of bay over there that you can see, almost like Corfu. So we'll watch this touchdown from here, then I'm going to zip the drone camera up, speed up to that bridge, that kind of ridge area there, that reef, or water break area, to go and have a look around there.
Osprey 932 turning left base from
Right, what else? Live streams.
Yeah, will do, thank you.
What's the METAR in Tocumen? Oh, here he comes. Hey, hey. Oh my goodness, that looks high and fast. Jesus. I think he's supposed to be at 1,000 feet at that point.
Cartegena traffic, Osprey 77 Delta, 5 miles, short final, runway 19.
Cool. So a bit more than short final there. Where's Tocumen? There's Panama City Tocumen International, and they are using, in real life, 03 right. One hour block time, departing 19. So I'll put the route string in the live chat for anyone flying along. Chuffineck. Ruddy rail thing. Here he comes. No. I swear GSX does that every time somebody's landing. There's a little PA-28 over there. Jolly good. This is a really cool little airport, this. Some old school hangars and stuff there as well. Kind of left to rot away. They've got the additional apron area here, as you can see, with the fuel farm next to it.
Cartegena traffic, Osprey 77 Delta backtracking. Runway 19.
And actually, while we're here, because we've got a few minutes, let me just go to night mode to see what we got for nighttime emissives.
Osprey 93 to 17 miles for runway 19.
Very dark apron. Lighting there on that block of flats, custom, that looks quite good.
Osprey 932, have you just cut everybody off?
Ah, chuffineck.
We extended our approach 8 miles, so that shouldn't be.
Everybody else has extended their approach downwind, mate. You've just cut about 3 aircraft off.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll turn out.
Millionaire FBO on the other side. As in the other side of the airport, or you mean this bit? This little that little hangar there, right? Which goes on this road past the windsock. That'd be cool. Taxiing down here, as like being in a taxi rather, heading down here past the airport, watching people land.
Osprey 77 Delta, runway is clear. Runway is all yours, sir.
What's we got here? Little road.
Hey, thanks. That's Delta Osprey 2472.
Custom signage.
Down unblock for the approach for runway 19. Got air traffic.
What do we got here? Is this the beach area? Not sure what that's meant to be. Oh, it is. It's meant to be like, well, one would assume towels and things. Floating though. Needs a bit of a tweak, I think. But it populates the beach area quite nicely. Just it's one of those things where you kind of see it from a distance, like here. You don't really question it, but meant to be seen on approach rather than looked at. So what do we got? Let's see if we can spot a nice little area to plot up. We'd have to stand on the rocks here. Yes. What do we got then? Who's next? Ian Osprey 2472. Centurio's further back as well. To be fair, he could commit into the approach now. Who else? Gee whiz. Loads of people flying. Zato, nice landing with 3,000 kilos of fuel left. That's loads. Loads of fuel. Don't know what you're worried about. Quite like loads for this next sector. 147 passengers out of a total potential 204. So just sorting out Navigraph, New Sky, VATSIM, all that sort of thing. Obviously I would set Volanta as well, but the overlay doesn't work today for some unknown reason. I might try once more though. No. Weird.
Got air traffic, Osprey 247. 5 nautical miles short final for runway 19.
Here he comes.
Got air traffic.
So that's our flight pre-filed. Schedule, service, go. And then we've got flights, unload on Navigraph, import the new routes, keeping an eye on the approach still. Cartagena to Tocumen. 03 right, 2 knot headwind. 5 knot headwind on 19 now, so the weather's changed at Cartagena now, so we've got a nice 5 knot headwind. So this is how variable it is at Cartagena at the moment. And we're going to do an ILS 03 right. God, there's so many charts. Chopping it. So if we do the ILS Yankee from with Bobbard, that's what we want for this. Here comes Ian. Zoom, zoom. It's copying my PMDG 737 by the way, which is why it's got the doors and things open. Nice. Couple of benches. There we are, little benches there. We maybe watch the next one from here. So Centurio's in a private jet. I'm hoping it will show correct. We're about to find out. Here's down. Zarto's gone all the way over there. Where is he? He's there. We're going to have to start parking over there in a minute. Right, let's go around here. So this should be good now for a touchdowns view. Nice custom signage. The corner next to the hangar is a real life spotting place. This one here, right? Next to error support FBO. This here is a real life spotting location. Epic. We shall watch it from here then. Just try and judge where he is.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey 2472 is cleared the active runway. Taxi into the gate.
Okay, 9 miles, so really he's on a 5 mile final. Press new data, get the new route in. S. In fact, hold on. Flight plan request, sim brief route. I should have set fuel and payload there actually in that screen because it would have done it for me. Fuel. Quick check. Got a minute or so still. Come on, plane. Activate, execute, that'll do. We're looking out for a CL60 now. Panama control, lovely. So that'll be after takeoff at Bogotá.
246, 5 mile final, runway 19.
Awesome. So the next person can start shooting the approach now. Estimate takeoff weight. What have we got here? So fuel 5286. Maybe a little bit more, because we'll be sitting here with the APU on. Payload 147. Zero fuel weight. Ah, that'll do. Right, now we're looking for a private jet. What is he? Type code CL60. It's showing us a NetJets Bombardier Challenger 650. Perfect. 2 miles. This is actually matched quite nicely. Oh, there he is. Bink. Great, Centuria's flying along today. It's fantastic. Hope he's enjoying it. Say, I'm not addressing him directly because he's busy flying the plane. What do you guys think of Cartagena then? Version 2 from V-Pilot Designs. Available in the marketplace. Oh, look at this very posh aeroplane. With some jazzy music. Oh, swish, look at that. Lovely touchdown. Very nice. Just thought we've not had a look over here, have we yet?
Cartagena traffic is up to 246, back taxi, runway 19, Cartagena.
A little bit of hangarage. Columbian sign. Armada de Colombia. A little model jet thing there.
Nice touchdown.
Caper Airlines cargo for some cargo ops. American Airlines cargo hangar and LATAM cargo as well. It's really cool, this. Really nice. Good apron texturing. So it makes sense to buy these in the triple pack. Oops. He's clear already.
Cartagena traffic is up to 246, clear runway 19.
He's going off to the posh corner. Very snazzy. So, GSX. Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
That'll do. Fuel. That's our route, by the way. Callum, welcome. So we're going to go depart on 19er, Cartagena to Bravo departure. From there, so it's vectors to Cartagena, then Bogal, and arriving into Bogotá with the Bogal arrival.
Cartagena traffic, Avianca to 7 Charlie, 7.5 mile to run.
ILS 3 right, which will be the...
And, exit the runway.
There it is. Busan 1 arrival. Busan 1 arrival. Bogao transition.
Austin 3932, I'm slowing to my minimum approach speed, so you've got enough time.
And it'll be 11,000 at Robod.
Roger, thanks, sir.
And then from there, kind of vectoring down out of the coast to Bobud, Angud, and then for the ILS. Someone asked that earlier if we were going to see the eclipse in the sim, Ed. I'm not sure. So what have we got? ILS 03 right Yankee, Bobud, transition, and the Busan 13 rights via Bogal, execute. There's quite a few pages there. We've got a discontinuity from Robod to Bobud. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Bobud there to connect to. That looks pretty good. Init refs. Let's import this. That was AIG, Chris. That one for the model matching of the CL60. This departure, by the way, is just runway heading. Climb away. Straight to the Cartagena VOR, and then we turn outbound. So we're going to do flight level 300. Transition 18. Reserves at 2.1. Zero fuel weights 59.4. We need to do our takeoff performance, so let's have a quick...
Oxford 93 to 5.3 knots miles runway 19.
Nice. This is great. This is such a nice little airport. Next one. Oh my goodness. Someone else is right behind. They've not got spacing quite right there. Oh dear. You might just have to do a land after and just land behind him anyway, rather than go around. Here he comes. Avianca. Oh, that looks stunning. Really smooth. A little bit beyond the touchdown zone, but plenty of space to brake down the bottom there.
Cartagena, Avianca 9550, runway 19, stay my 5.
And that leaves this guy with a decision to make. So he could do a land after, if he feels like the conditions allow for it. Or he's got to go around. But it's up to him.
Cartagena traffic, Avianca 27.
Tom, how you doing? Good afternoon. Over the fence. Looks like decision made for a touchdown. He's got all the portholes open and stuff because it's replicating our AIG aeroplane. So he's vacated there.
Charlie's clear of runway.
So he's done a land after, by the looks of it. But we've now got one else. We've got someone else on short final. Chopping neck. Let's see if I can get some screenshots real quick of our loading and stuff, because we've almost finished loading the people.
Cartagena traffic, Avianca 9552, runway 196, miles.
Bingo. Couple of the last stragglers coming out of the lounge / bar. stumbling towards the aeroplane. So next stop's going to be Tocumen, and while we wait for this next aeroplane, it's on short final, but we can briefly talk about the departure. Short backtracks up Bravo to the turn point there, 19 departure on this short runway, 2,300 metres of usable kind of runway length, so we'll use Toga just to get up and away, and then after takeoff, 500 feet, turning 5 degrees south to 185 degrees, up to 2,000 feet, and then vectors to Cartagena VOR, but we won't necessarily reach Cartagena. Instead, what might happen is we might be vectored onto our outbound course on the Alpha 574 airway towards the waypoint of Bogle, which is where Panama control is waiting for us to see us into Panama. Another little short hop this. He's still got a few seconds. Right, we'll then reach Bogle, flying 252 degrees to Bosun 1 arrival. Down to about 11,000 feet, and then joining the ILS Yankee via Bobud transition, 4,100 feet, anchored 033 degrees in on the ILS. Rapid briefing, just in time for another touchdown. I've got no idea if oh, the others are holding short at the bottom. That's good. Texas, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, mate. Appreciate all of the likes so far as well. Good to see lots of you enjoying the stream. Oh, Patrick, don't have scenery for that. We've got the V pilot design Tocumen International though. How many more to land, do we know? Order complete. Oh, beautiful. Look at that flare. Holding the nose up wonderfully as well. Look at that. That's a real showcase of how to land an A320. Nice job. So hopefully we've got 3 for a rapid backtrack now. Ah, that was the last pilot in, I think. Right, so we'll keep the dial spinning. We'll just set 30. $30,000. That's
Cartagena traffic, Avianca 27 Charlie, backtracking runway.
all good. They're all set.
Oscar 932, backtracking runway 19.
We need to do our takeoff performance. That's what we need to do. So in here, in the performance tool, we're going to go import from OFP. 19er.
Commander 552, backtracking with DQ.
And execute. So flap 5. I'm actually going to use. Flap 10. And I'm going to use Toga. Cell temp 33. So I'm just going to tweak it a little bit. It's going to delete me takeoff speeds. And we'll smooth it out to climb 2. It's a bit more of a gentle climb out today. Shall we? No, we'll use climb 1. We'll just get up. So takeoff flap 10. Toga, there's our speeds, 142, 152, 190. That's all good. Flight director's on. So, init ref, M1 limits, takeoff page. Departures and the routes all checked, and the M1 limit set. Rafael Nunes to Tocumen International Sector 2, let's do it. Patrick says KLM flying to Cartagena using a 787-10. Wow. That's fantastic. Didn't know that. Auto brake RTO. Doot, doot. They're all on the backtrack and a vacate. Chased by the tug. And there's the Avianca.
Cartagena traffic, Avianca 27 Charlie, parking at stand 2.
The Centurio in his CL60. And the little Million Air FBO. Ready for all the posh folk. Airwell Design says, is it possible to load flight plans into the MD-80 for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Yeah, there is a way. There is a way to do it. But I can't remember because it's been a long time. There is a SimBrief integration though. What the chuffing X going on there? Ooh. Taxiway Bravo on East. There's a bit of cheeky slew mode going on there. Anti-Coles, packs off. Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165 on stand 3, push start on to Bravo facing east. Everyone's in. Sector 2 commence. Look at that, that's fantastic. We can just get a little screenshot of everyone. That's brilliant. So long push here, not sure what to expect. So let's get rid of the music so we can get some the engine noise going out and ignition by ground. So we should push all the way up there to face east on Bravo. Because we're currently facing west. So this is a long push. Hoping we keep going, because Bravo's over there. No worries if we don't, though. Fuel control lever to run. EFB. (1009) for the new QNH. Let's change that.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey 79 Delta Mike, 737 Max 8.
This is great. What a nice little pushback as well.
Stand 4 will be pushing back after the company passes from left to right.
Fantastic custom pushback. Oh, and it's even pulling us forwards. So this is an official GSX profile for this scenery. You can download it on flightsim.to if you've purchased this Cartegena V2 from the Marketplace. How good is this? Oh, I got a lot of time for this. It's the little things. Just a bit, it just adds a bit more polish to this scenery, doesn't it? They're even towing me forwards.
And Cartagena traffic, Osprey 79 Delta Mike, pushing back, facing south.
Hergy says the houses at the back look nice. The default scenery misses them completely. Yeah, they've been added in all these kind of blocks of flats, and there's sort of scenery around us here and on the coastline. It's, oh my god, it's actually taxiing us right to the hold point. This is proper posh service. This. Okay, so let's slap flat 10 selected. Gens have got the power. Yaw damper's still active. That's all set. Get those on. APU off. 0 and 30. There's Centurio. That is bloody brilliant. That pushback, really good. That's one of the finest little points to GSX that I've seen. It's a little backtrack for us, out on Bravo, up towards the turn point there on 19 at the very top, and then using as much of this as we can. Flap 10 for takeoff. And toga. Right. Left. Back. Forwards. Where's she go? Oh, there she goes. The tug's taking its usual messy GSX direct route back. Get the ground pin off her. Get that indication. And now she's breached. She's on the runway. Ta-da! The guard lights as well. Have you noticed those flashing away here in the ground? So I'm not even going to bother with taxi lights here. We're just going to go landing lights and runway turn-off lights. Zone temperature warning here. So what have we got? To continuous cabin, 25 auto, recirc fans. They're on automatic. They're on bleeds. Just going to reset the zone temp there. Hopefully that goes away. If not, we'll deal with the air conditioning issue. Seems to have cleared. Okay, so we can't have LNAV. We need heading mode because it's vectors. And VNAV. Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165's at Bravo lining up runway 19 with a backtrack.
And traffic Osprey 79 Delta Mike, taxiing to holding point runway 19 at Bravo. We'll hold at Bravo.
Okay, traffic is on. That's all set and checked.
via Alpha and backtrack runway 19. Repeat traffic.
Lights and signs. So what do we got? New Sky is tracking, as is Valanta. And again, slight offset on the back track. Another screenshot. Great little scenery this. And you can fly from places like Miami, you could fly from different locations in the Caribbean as well if you wanted to, so that you could do a lot of shorter hops, Bogota. You could even sort of fly further afield, so long haul, or sort of medium haul I guess in South America. You could fly Santiago to Cartagena. And I don't know if there's any other further afield kind of routes or anything that you could do really. It's a short runway, so it makes it fairly tricky. Mexico City would be a good one. And obviously if you're flying Prosper Airways, you can fly wherever you want. And whatever you want. It's on the auto throttle. Beauty, welcome. Hey, Volanta has decided to have a broken overlay, UD, so there is no overlay today because Volanta overlay seems to not want to work. I don't know why. Don't need to follow the yellow line. Just focus on lining up more so than anything else. Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165 is taking off from runway 19 vectors via Cartagena.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey 79 Delta, backtracking runway 19 once the company 739 passes from left to right. Cartagena traffic.
Power set. Speed's alive.
80 knots.
So flat 10 for me just gives me a bit more of a margin for the departure. Here we go.
Rotate.
Continuing the rotation, the aeroplane's going to scoop itself up.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Flap 5. Off she goes, the old rocket ship. Cartagena traffic, Osprey 165's airborne to 1,000 feet. Final call, bye.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey
185.
Backtracking runway 19.
Start to clear her up. Gear lever off. Auto brake off. Runway turn off lights. At least we remembered the landing lights this time. They're flap transit. So I think for the purpose of this, we'll fly to Cartagena and then turn inbound Bogle, like we're supposed to. So we'll do a direct to Cartagena, LNAV, and what that will do is just allow us to all fly a bit more procedural, so we enter Bogle in the right direction when we get to Panama control, because they'll expect us to have a bit of a kind of a predictable entry into their airspace.
Osprey behind the Osprey traffic. We'll leave the Hotspur Alpha and backtracking runway 19, lining up runway 19.
That's all set. Into the cloud. Oh, that was a great bit of timing. So that whole island there is like a special area. There's like a zone. That'd be cool if there were a load of ships there. That'd be really good. You can see them on the satellite imagery.
Traffic, Osprey 2472 is pushing back from stand 10. We'll wait for the aircraft behind to depart.
Sean, welcome.
And we'll be facing To the east, Cartagena traffic.
Oh, Yudi, you want to check out our ATR 72 Anzac special livery? .707 liner, good to hear it. Glad you enjoyed that first sector. Thanks for flying along. Yeah, not a million miles away, but not really close. Not specifically near. Chris, FS traffic model, is that the Just Flight one? I don't know about that, but I should assume that they have a VMR for it that you've not necessarily installed. So it might just be that. But really, you want to look at FSLTL more than anything else. Freeware.
Cartagena traffic, Osprey 79 Delta Mike, departing runway 19, runway heavy.
And AIG, again, freeware. And it will have you covered in most instances. Some really, really good quality stuff. And that's what we use. We use the freeware model matching stuff, not any of the payware things. Legs. Right. So, charts. I'm going to pre-tune Panama Center as well, which is 1330. Just so we get a bit closer, we'll tune that in, and then while we've got the charts on the screen, just let me range up properly. There we go. What we're going to do is have a little look at our route. So, we've already tuned all of this in. There aren't any VORs or anything for us to bother about, but in effect we're going to come in via Bogle here to Busan, and the Busan 1 arrival. Down to 11,000 feet, and then we're going to vector out to about here,
Traffic, Osprey 79 Delta Mike,
which is where we will pick up Bobbard.
1,600 inbound, Cartagena.
So we're going to kind of fly in from that direction into Bobbard at 4,100 feet, anchored, and then 033 degrees to Tocumen. So 110.7, 033 for the inbound course. Conscious though, we have ATC, so I'm going to just have a little look at the ATIS to see what we get. Info Alpha, 9,000 meters visibility, view clouds 1,800 feet, 32 degrees, dew point 25, QNH 1009er. ILS Yankee, runway 3 right. Which is exactly what we planned for, which is rather good. So with that in mind, we want to look down here, we're going to check 101.10.7, and I'm going to tune 117.1 for the Tocumen VOR, and again in nav2 110.7 and Tocumen 117.1. Nav course 033. Nav 1 033. As well. Put the seatbelt sign off because I keep forgetting that. I'd be a terrible airline pilot, wouldn't I? And what else have we got here? So airport elevation 134. So at the top we need to make sure we set that to the nearest. 150 is the nearest. Landing lights come off. Probably got a penalty for leaving those on, actually, to be fair. But we're getting sidetracked and doing a lot of work for this shorter sector. And so that's all done. Decision height for the ILS. This is next. So 228. So with that in mind, we're going to take 228. We're going to go on the Barrow. We can just press reset. Oh, it didn't reset anyway. That's fine. We'll just scroll to 228. and it was 1009 for the QNH, so we can set that in the box ready, and then we can think about performance tool. So landing on route 03 right, import aircraft details, reversers all up, auto brake 2, winds variable 32, bingo. So with that in mind, if I bring the charts back up, .03 right's 3,050 metres long. That should have us vacate at Quebec quite nicely, actually. High speed exit straight to the central terminal area there for a short taxi. We'll need to also pin the parking stands. We're expecting parking in one of those, so pin that ready so when we touch down we can vacate Quebec there and then head straight into one of these apron areas. And the overview 3 right approach should look like that, which actually should be quite nice. Again, another V-Pilot scenery design, Hayware Airport scenery. Circling to land is not authorised northwest of the runway. A little bit of weather data. Yeah, that looks spectacular, look at that. Miles away from the Panama Canal though, so we might see it off in the distance, but we won't go over the Panama Canal. It's the only thing. But we should see the city. Obviously the Panama landmark thing from Orbex is installed. And with that in mind, we should then get some views of Panama. 20,000. Look at that, top of climb, just before Bogle, straight into top of descent. Jeez, that's a quick one. So with that in mind, I'm going to set auto brake 2 now, 033, 033, that's all set, 30, landing elevation to 150, they're on automatic, park brakes off, nav 1 and 2 both set and checked. Going to change now to Panama control. 1330. And while we have a bit of chance, we've got about 5-10 minutes to chill, we're going to have a look at Volanta. So there's our route, pretty much heading kind of southwest-west all the way to Panama. The Panama City Landmarks pack has got Marcus A. Gelabert International included. It's obviously got the Panama Canal modelled with a load of bits within it, and there's elements of Panama City added in here as well. So in fact, to be fair, this Costa del Este area here and this big flyover over the water, the Corridor Sur, is in the scenery from Orbex, I think, from memory. So we should see a little bit of that. Hopefully we do. And then we've got the V-Pilot Hayware scenery for Tocumen International as well. There's Badger, just heading into his airspace now in the DHL A300-600, followed by us. We've got Zalto behind in the Cayman Islands 737 MAX. It's flying on P3D today.
79 Delta Mike, turning right 90 degrees for spacing with the company traffic in front.
You're on the wrong frequency, I think. Wrong frequency, Zarto.
Wrong frequency, sorry.
Centurio's airborne. Osprey 220 Delta's just done some rogue stuff. And gone straight over the no-fly zone. Who else have we got? Flight Sim Pilot. He's about to depart. We've got Osprey 3-2. Osprey 27 Alpha. And we've got Turbo Stig Osprey 2472 waiting to line up as well. And then we've got G Hall sat there as well, the little PA-28. Who was watching us. Yeah, Caribbean looks busy. New York Centre's online, covering Bermuda. We're about to speak to Panama for the first ever time. Actually, to be fair, we've never had Panama control online. Hergy says, have you seen the new Fenix CRT EIS1 display mod? No, I haven't actually. Is it any good, or is it just something that's probably going to break your sim? Let's do a quick bit of fuel rebalancing here. Because we're in the climb, this should suck fuel out quicker. We don't need to. Quite a few people have asked about solar eclipses today. Somebody pointed out earlier in the live chat, actually, rather helpfully, because I didn't know. They basically said that it will show the moon passing the sun, but beyond that, it won't physically show an eclipse. It's the fastest ever fuel rebalancing I've ever done. Helps doing it in the climb. Dave, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying today. Few miles, Tocumen set. 40 miles to Bogle. So we're almost at the point where we're going to call up the controller. And he's called Panama Control. We've got Alpha for Tocumen. Winds 340 at 9. Variable between 300 degrees and 020 degrees. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong airport. That's MPMG. Winds calm. Yeah, that'll do. It's the same METAR that Badge put in the live chat a moment ago, but interpreted into a ATIS message. Look forward to this. Hopefully we get a bit of an extension towards the Panama City, or something that shows us Panama City through the window, because it'd be nice to see. When I did that video a long time ago now, with the Orbex Landmarks Panama pack that got released at the time, we kind of buzzed around it very low and slow and kind of explored it, but beyond that, I haven't actually revisited the area since. And we'll do flap 30 again. Actually, probably be nearer to 30, 62 tons roughly. So that's all good. $80 miles to top descent. We've already prepped for all of it now. Every little helps. One to go, and then we're at cruise. Let's go to this side actually. Oh, that's coastal on the horizon underneath that cloud, but just a lot of water. Zata says, yeah, when he departed Bogotá, he was wondering why his sim was dark, and then he realised it was simulating the eclipse quite badly. I mean, there's no moon or anything visible here. Centuria says he's just outside of the passive totality for the eclipse, so should be getting it in 4 hours or so. Yeah, those of you in America will see it, but I don't think we do here. Crikey, Jeff says doesn't even have to move because the Eclipse is passing right over his apartment in Austin. Yeah, don't forget to wear the eye protection stuff with the Eclipse because it's basically like looking into the sun. You can get like the little bit of cardboard, can't you? And you can do that little trick with two pieces of cardboard, is it? Or one piece of cardboard with the crisscross in it, or like a pinhole in it or something. Can't quite remember. To be honest, I think the last time I watched an eclipse, I didn't actually watch it, I just carried on with work. Although they are quite interesting to watch, aren't they? Those rare kind of solar moments. Jeff says he's going to use his welding mask to look at it. That's epic. That's perfect, because you could literally just stare at it and watch it then wearing one of those. And you could watch it in all its kind of glory. If I don't do any welding, but if I bought a welding mask and the missus asked what for, I'd say, well, yeah, for the odd occasion, maybe like once in every 10 years we watch a solar eclipse, I've got a welding mask to watch. So I don't think she'd be too impressed. 1330 Panama Control. Panama Control, good morning, Osprey 165, flight level 300, inbound Bogle. We've got Alpha for Tocumen. Osprey 165. He's probably never watched the channel before, has no idea that there's a live stream flying into his airspace. Squawk 0262, Osprey 165. UD. Ooh. Yes, I'm going to say yes, because the camera should take the blinding effect out of it, if that makes sense.
Panama Control, radar contact, flight level 300. Present position, you're gonna fly direct to Oak. That's Oscar Victor Tango Uniform Lima. Expect approach runway 3 right via
Direct off tool and expect ILS approach 03 right, Osprey 165. Ooh, okay, so this is a new one. So it's not in our flight plan.
It's gonna be ILS Yankee runway 03 right via Bogotá.
Roger, Osprey 165. I'm frantically trying to find a waypoint called Ovtal. And I cannot see it. Okay, right, so he's going to fly us downwind. So Ovtal, and then it's going to be bobbered, like so. So what he's done here, folks, just to see, there's our routing, the green line, Boston 1. What he's done instead is he's given us a direct to Ovtal, which is right here. And then we're going direct to Bobbered, like that. So we're going to get rid of the Bussen arrival. So on the fly, that's now our inbound route. So we're going into Ovtal, and then we're going direct to Bobbered, like so. That's a bit better, because the green will show the arrival. So he's going to have us fly downwind. Bum, 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 bum. Which might throw our top of descent out a wee bit. So Bobbered 4,100. Angered 3,100. QNH1009. Let's see if this moves the top of descent marker. Tiny little bit. Would we see the solar eclipse now? Maybe we need to use drone camera. This is where the sim will crash, because like staring at the sun. Nah. No idea. Direct off tool and cross off tool 6,000 feet, Osprey 165. So off tool 6,000. That's going to shift me top of descent, and it's probably going to scream at us now. So set 6. LNAV, VNAV. I mean, I can't see the moon anywhere in the sim either, because usually for the eclipse you'd see the moon, wouldn't you? It's not anywhere, but yeah, usually the clouds in the UK help, don't they, Chris? The clouds and the rain protect from all this. Alright, VNAV descent. 81 miles to Ovtal. Down we go. Much shorter sector this time. And there's the coast. Coming in to greet us. Again, another part of the world we've not really kind of explored until today, so really cool. Nice to go and fly and explore around different places, isn't it? Get you smashing the like button if you're new to the channel, hit subscribe if you're tuning in, watching in the background. Feels good, everything's set for the approach. Pressurization panel is set, just double check that again. Nice, yeah, MPS, so that's what we had the last couple of days here, so that's 2-3 days, it's been almost 20 degrees at 9 and 10 in the morning, which is incredibly hot for this time of year.
Panama Control, Osprey 79 Delta Mike, flight level 300, 3 miles from Bogotá.
For 79 Delta Mike, Panama Control, spark 0211, 0211.
0211, 79 Delta Mike.
That's all good. Lambie Max 170, and that's at 5 miles. And Agon's at 10. So I'll just set 8. Couple of little fixed rings in there.
Operator 9 Delta Mike, Panama Control, your radar contact, fly on 300, present position, flight direct off tool, Oscar Victor, Tango, Uniform Lima, cross of tool 6,000 feet, expect IS approach Yankee runway 03 right.
Roger, direct up tool, cross up tool at 6,000, expecting ILS Yankee 03 right, 79 Delta Mike.
Do love this 737, it's very, very good. Just quite, it's one of those airplanes that's actually quite sort of relaxing to kind of operate. You can enjoy it, but also you have to think about what you're doing. Current conditions, by the way, in Tocumen, Panama, it says 6 knot crosswind, 8 knot headwind for 3 right. Can't help but think there's probably a better way for me to set this view. I have to fight around with it a little bit. Oh, that's very precarious, but perhaps that one could be the new one. But it does mean that that's in the way. Maybe that'll do for a bit of a cabin interior. So now we've got a downwind leg. So yeah, tomorrow we were going to fly into Lelstadt in the BA146. We're going to delay that stream by a day because I'm going to spend the day fiddling around with the Winwing FCU to kind of explore that, see how it works, start recording some bits with it, maybe, and then comparing it against the mini cockpit mini FCU, which is twice the price compared to the Winwing. So be trying to do a direct comparison between the two as well. And then on Wednesday, we'll fly to Lelstadt.
Panama control.
All things go to plan.
246 flight level 3 here.
Jeff, yeah, I've got one here. It got delivered at the start of today's live stream. FedEx knocked me door just as I was taxiing. So we had a brief discussion. If you want to reach back and have a little look at the kind of early first thoughts as I unboxed it during the stream, you can rewind all the way back to that. And it was just as we were taxiing out of Bogotá, kind of sharing my thoughts and stuff with you. And I've also, if you're in our Discord server, posted 2 pictures of both units on top of each other, so you can have a look at the difference. Nelson, welcome. Thanks very much for the ATC. Appreciate it.
220 Delta with your flight 310.
20 Delta Panama control squad 0255 2255.
Clock 0255 Osprey 220 Delta.
Executive 246 radar contact level 380. Present position flight direct on 2 Oscar Victor Tango Uniform Lima Plan Island Yankee runway 03 right here.
This is great. I love flying into new places. I'm actually excited.
Plan Alice 3 right Yankee.
It's only a game.
Executive 246 pilot discretion cross on 2006 Tocumen altimeter 1009.
Cross up to 6,000, Vector 246.
Good, Wesley. How are we doing? I think we're all up. Charts. No, Valanta. Ian, where are you going, Ian? He's gone the other way. Choffinek. What's happened to Ian? He's SKCG to MPTO, but he's flown back towards... He's going back towards Bogotá, I think. Peter's going off that way. Where are they going?
0.80 is that
Crikey.
0.80.
Ian, where you going, mate?
Osprey 220, sorry, 220 Delta, reduce speed max 5.
Jason, thanks for subscribing, welcome.
Max speed again.
Reduce speed max 75 or lower if unable to identify. The reason is the traffic is about 9 miles at your southwest.
No release date for Sim Update 15 just yet, so I don't think.
Decimal 750 Osprey 30.
Thank you.
I try to get hold of Ian, but I don't know if he's picking it up or not.
Osprey 165 after of 6,000 feet, fly direct bubble.
From Ovtal, direct Bobbard, Osprey 165. Drag required. Let's get them speed brakes out. Welcome to Panama, folks. We're almost there. Level at 10. Yeah, Ian! I think he's just realised, because he's currently now over San Pablo Airport near Monteria, Colombia, and he's now started to fly west. 3150, pressurization's good, depressurizing.
Windbound Boggle, flight load 30.
Seatbelts, through 10.
Osprey 27 Alpha Panama control squawk 0132.
Boom, boom, boom.
0132 Osprey 2 Alpha.
Look at this, hazy as well. So we might not actually see Panama City. I know what's happened. I think with it, I reckon Ian's missed the vectors, so he's got to Cartagena, but after takeoff, it wasn't really kind of linking the two properly. So I think what's happened there is he's just carried on flying on that heading, basically.
Osprey 932 Panama control, are you on my crew?
Osprey 932, you're being called. Oh, James, well, you're here now. Welcome.
Osprey 932, flight level 300 with you.
There's all our fixed rings. So Panama Airport is down through that haze somewhere. Panama City is right on the nose there, the Orbex stuff, which has now gone white. So that shows you all the area that Orbex have actually redetailed. Not that that's particularly neat. Did he clear me to descend 4,000? I can't remember. He just told me level Ovtal, and then after Ovtal direct Bobbard. Hasn't given me additional descent though, I don't think, from memory, so we can't continue the descent. John, thanks mate, good to hear. Mr. Aneurysm, welcome to you as well, good afternoon. Divide the crew. Fellow Scandi, welcome. Is that Tocumen there? Yes, it is. There's the airport. For the first time. Ah, and I can now see Panama.
385. Ok. A ver.
Crack rock steady, good. That's nice to hear. What I really want to find is some sort of mount for the next level racing Boeing seat. You can see the Panama cityscape just off in the distance there, look. The Morbex rendering in through all of that fog. The Panama Canal goes the other side of that kind of mountain bit there. It goes all the way up where that sea fog is. There's the runway we're landing on, right there. You worrying? What happened? Was it stuck on vectors?
Base 165 via Bogota, clear for the approach Yankee runway 03 right, advising localized.
From Bobbard, cleared ILS Yankee, approach runway 03 right, Osprey 165, we'll report established.
Now you can descend down to 3,000 feet.
Okay, thank you, descend 3,000.
Osprey 220 Delta, are you flying direct on full? Nope, that's the annotation for the LS approach. You have to fly direct off full, and after that you can fly direct on full. But you have to fly first on full. You're not clear for that approach. Yet.
I've put the waypoint name in the live chat for you of Tull. Hopefully that helps. OVTUL.
Fly to this intersection first.
Or if you're not sure, just ask for headings. That's always a nice way, easy way of doing it as well. Crikey, we are fast.
Correcto, y si requiere las pistas de los tres derecha, está sujeta a...
FMC reset, drag required, after angered. Yes, of course. 180, set that in the box. Actually just sneakily extending a bit out. And look at this visibility.
Break 220 Delta, just to confirm, sir, you're flying the rifle still?
Directing off to heading 270 of the Total Delta.
Yes, sir. Just in case that's for sequence. Break off. So, pressure Osprey 39 Delta Mike after...
Ooh, hello. I know what we need to do. Snap, snap. 033, 033. Auto music.
Negative.
FMC reset. Let's get busy.
We have it set to
324 will do. There's the city. Look at that. Panama City. Quite nice.
Roger, after up to head 210 and descend to 6,000 Osprey 79 Delta Mike.
Firm just in case, vector for sequencing.
Roger, vectors for sequencing 79 Delta Mike.
Osprey 220 Delta, that's gonna work, that's not gonna work, present position. Vectors for your approach, turn left.
Okay, the needle's moving and approach mode's active.
240 Osprey Total Delta.
180, 033, 3000 is set, approach mode's armed, CMDB engaged, light signs,
and
that's set, pressure panel's good.
Osprey Total Delta requesting descent.
Yep, descent in 6,000 feet.
6,000
flat
feet,
10.
Osprey Total Delta.
180, auto brake 2, speed brake armed. We want 4, there we go, view of Panama folks.
Osprey 79 Delta Mike, please sir, flight heading 210. You're gonna be traffic incursion to another traffic.
Roger, 210, sorry about that, it's 79 Delta Mike.
And Osprey 165, established stylus 03 right.
Well, 5 knots, factor into 12,000 feet. Runway 3 right, wind 35 to 10, 3 right little.
03 right, clear land, Osprey 165. I just want to be very quick here and get a couple of snaps. Look at that, Panama in the background, it's really nice.
Osprey 79 Delta Mike, left heading 180.
18079 Delta Mike.
79 Delta Mike.
138.
So we are currently doing our
43.
best to slow down to 220.
2000 gear down, 3 green and locked auto brake 2, speed's good, set flap 30.
Osprey, turn 220 Delta.
That's the caution recall.
Speed 240.
240 knots, Osprey to the Bogotá.
3100 set for the missed approach. Heading set and missed is briefed.
240, exit jet 246.
There's that road that we were mentioning. Some more of these big towers, look at that. Skyscrapers.
Please let me know in advance. You're gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on sequence.
Really cool.
After optimal, maintain 6,000 feet. Osprey 932, sir, are you up on frequency?
Osprey 932, go ahead.
Body maintains, correction, descent maintains 6,000 feet. Cross
Very low vis.
feet. Number 4 on the approach, reduce speed 2, you know what, reduce speed 280 knots for now.
280 knots, number 4 on approach and descend, maintain 7,000.
So I can add to 10 knots now.
6,000 at up to 6,000 feet.
6,000 knots up to Osprey 932.
Operator Delta Mike, turn
9
right,
knots.
heading 340.
34079 Delta Mike.
My throttles.
Exit 246. Vectors for sequencing, turn left heading 140. Reduce speed 200 knots.
Left 140 and 200, jet jet 246.
Osprey 220 Delta, now you're going to be number 2 on approach.
Number 2 for approach, Osprey to the Bogotá. Osprey, keep an operator.
My controls.
27 Delta, pilot discretion, descent maintain 6,000 feet, cross of 2. Of 2, you're going to fly
Slight
direct
crosswind
to
here.
now,
See on the nav display, top left.
6,000 feet.
Speed.
Number
And the variable speed is changing our airspeed quite a bit.
300.
So is that for Osprey, keep an operator?
Yep, present position, direct of 2, cross of 2, 6,000 feet.
Minimums.
Okay, direct up to 6,000 feet up to
It's like a steep approach, this.
100.
79 Delta Mike, fly heading
Looking ahead.
0, maintain 3
50.
starts until established clear for outdoor
30.
runway 3 right,
20.
report localizer.
10.
Roger, will call established on localizer descent distance 1000 Osprey 79 Delta Mike.
Well, hey, that was a bit firm on the nose wheel there.
46, turn right.
Reverse screen.
Right, 240, exit jet 246.
100 knots.
220 Delta, stop your descent at 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet, Osprey to the Bogotá.
60 manual brakes.
3,246.
Still manual brakes. Off on the the auto brake. And we'll vacate Quebec. Welcome to Tocumen, which actually hasn't installed, even though I've installed it. That's default airport. The heck?
165, welcome to Tocumen, vacate left on Quebec, safe parking.
Any parking, Osprey 165.
165, straight ahead, Quebec at 130, 130. Monitor Unicom 122.8, we'll see you.
Straight ahead 130, thanks for the ATC. Have a good day, Osprey 165.
Bye.
The heck? I definitely had this installed the other day, because I installed this at the same time as Cartagena.
And Osprey 79
Where the
Delta
hell
Mike,
is
established
130 then?
on
This is a
ILS
default
runway
airport. God damn you,
03.
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
This will be 3 right, 79 Delta Mike, wind 350 at 10, runway 10, correction.
That'll
Runway 3
do,
right,
you know what?
close it along.
Runway 03 right
That's
clear
really
land,
confused me
Osprey
now.
79 Delta
That's
Mike.
like incredibly confusing. Before we end the stream, I'm going to go into the menu and have a look at the content manager, because that is weird.
Vehicle speed restrictions and present headings at 246. And we can take the visual 3 left as well to be short taxi.
What the heck is the wrong? Oh, there's something really wrong here. Look at that. The taxiway just disappeared on me. What the?
Hey, firm, we've got 246.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
Clear for visual 3 left before final, and we've got 246.
So where I am now, apparently, is precisely where 130 is meant to be, because I'm using the charts.
Oxford 952, requesting tap away for 30 seconds.
Mr. Aneurysm says there's a bug at the moment which won't load scenery at some destination airports. Jeez, I mean, it's one heck of a bug. Yeah, sim update 15 can't come soon enough. This sim is getting more and more unstable. It's interesting, I didn't know that was an issue. That was a bug. So thank you for pointing that out. It's pointless even closing with GSX, isn't it? There's no ETA on the sim update 15. No, there's the touchdown.
We're expecting ILS 03 right, Yankee.
Nice touchdown score.
Yes, sir. The upper boot, present position, flying direct.
Let's get them off.
Yeah, we are direct off till descending to 6,000 Osprey 2000.
Cross of full 6,000 feet. Osprey 220 Delta, turn all right, heading 310.
Chocks. Anti-collision.
310.
There's our little route.
3,000 feet, Osprey 2,000 Delta.
Yeah, this is the latest PMDG 737.
Turn 00 Oscar Oscar, hello, requesting IFR clearance to destination, please.
Right, here we go. So, New Sky.
40, I'm sorry.
We'll have a little look, see what we got. 999, off centre landing. Well, we can't help that, because that's an issue with the scenery.
00 Oscar Oscar.
Okay, 00 Oscar Oscar, ready.
I mean, that's mega trippy.
Go ahead.
So you're cleared. You're cleared to San Andres via...
I don't know what that meant to be.
Radar vectors for AP, then alpha, maintain 5,000 feet.
What the hell?
Correction, 0235.
Clear to Antonio Norino, vectors to Arepi,
Super
5,000
weird.
feet for initial climb, score 0235.
We should have done Tocumen first. and then Cartagena. It's not loaded anything. It's bizarre, it's weird. I don't know what the hell's gone on here. That's not the scenery.
Oxford 952 is back.
Welcome back, 932 sequence vectors for sequence intern left heading 2.
I'm just trying to work out where everyone is.
Left heading 220 Oxford 932.
Zarto's on final.
Panama
Centurio's on
very good
final.
afternoon. Osprey 2472, flight level 280, inbound Busan.
2472, Panama Control, welcome sir, your radar contact.
We're going to see them bust out of the clouds. There he is.
You know what, squawk for me please, 0243. 0243.
Yes, I mean, at least we had the runway to land on.
0243, Osprey 2472.
It could have gone really wrong.
Maintain 3,000.
2,000 feet, Oxford 952.
Yeah. Odd. I've not known of that bug before. From what Mr. Aneurysm was saying there. This is a bug that's happening at the moment that won't load scenery at destination airports. It may well be that we've just been victim to that. Apparently it's all on the forums he's saying there, but I've not seen that. Although I don't go on the MSFS forums very much, and I certainly don't go on VATSIM's forums. So I don't really know about these things until they happen. But what we will do, in fact, what I'll do is, whoa, there we go.
Osprey 220 Delta, make a
One
left.
second. Shall I keep the stream going while I check the content manager and install it, and then maybe load back in and have a little look? Or
Yep, left 360.
shall we? Shall I just put the photos of it into our Discord server?
Left heading 240.
That scenery is so shit.
It's actually a left 360.
What has happened there? It's not installed anything.
60 degrees.
I'll keep it rolling, alright, why not? Bloody hell.
I believe this is a misunderstanding of the instruction. Make a left 360-degree turn.
Yeah, we already said that we're going to make it for circling on the approach runway 03.
Yeah, the reason I'm not sending you already to the approach is because you're too high for the approach. That's the reason for the 360.
Yeah, you're 11,000 feet. You're 6,000 feet too high. Osprey 220 Delta.
Alpha, turn left, correction, not continue direct or full cross full 6,000. You can enable, please let me know.
Yeah, continue up till 6,000 feet. Osprey 220.
Osprey 79 Delta Mike, vacated runway 03.
Delta Mike, welcome to Tocumen, parking at your discretion, monitor unit conceal.
Over to Unico, I'm sorry for the mistakes I've done. We'll see you next time. Osprey 79 Delta Mike.
Nobody has done mistakes, don't worry. Take care.
Osprey 27 Alpha, Osprey 932. Right, actually, I think we've got time. So let me just. I'm watching Volanta, so don't worry. Those of you still flying behind, I'm going to be back in on stand in a second. Just going straight to the content manager. I don't have a 3 left. Said Chorio. Oh, just seen that. So that would have been funny because I'd have just seen you land on the ground.
Osprey 220 Delta, turn right heading 090.
Bloody hell, it's all going wrong. I was busy chatting to the controller, sending him a little message saying thank you. His help and things.
Choose traffic information, no factor. He's at your 11 o'clock, 15 miles, 4,000 feet.
This is where the sim will hang now,
Present position, flight
which will then ruin my plans of getting back in the stream.
Control Osprey 220. Did we get vectors after off tool?
After off tool, flight heading 210.
After off tool 210.
The heck is going on?
Station 246, welcome to Tocumen.
Oh, thanks, brilliant. MPS says when this happens, it doesn't exit normally every time. It has to force it off.
Signature, Vector 246, thank you.
Welcome, take care. Monitor income, 122.
Yeah, the Sims froze. Although, it's just disconnecting me from VPilot. Oh, hey! Right, let's see how quick we can do this. Content Manager, MPTO. Seems to be a separate package. Well, let's see how long this takes to install. It'll be worth it, won't it? If we can showcase this new scenery, it'll be quite nice. At least, hopefully, we'll have at least 1 or 2 people left to land, and then we'll see everyone else parked up on stand. And it's doing that weird thing, isn't it, now, where it's got the what you call it? You know when you update the ATR and the screen goes blank while it starts to. There we go. So this package is already partially installed. So for some reason it didn't install Tocumen. But the good news is this should download pretty quick then. Because Eldorado's there. Cartagena version 2 was in there. So for some reason, even though I installed it yesterday, it didn't install. But no fear, we will get it installed and we will have a look. Hopefully it will mean that we can actually load in and view it immediately. But we're about to find out if that's the case. In fact, thinking about it, probably, where's the Navigraph? Radio, let's quit Valanta because I know that. Is it Valanta that gives me the crash to desktop if I load in? No, I don't think so. Here comes the download, and we're halfway through. We might miss 1 or 2 touchdowns, and then I'll load back in. Blah blah blah. Come on. Oh, this is pretty good actually, because I'm uploading and I'm streaming currently at 2K 60 frames per second sort of bit rate, so quite a high bit rate for upload and stuff. But it's still giving me enough overhead for downloads and things for this to work, which is quite good. LOV pilot, welcome. I had a bit of a weird issue with Tocumen not installing, so we're installing it, but it meant that we actually didn't see it on approach. I don't know how it happened, but I'm in the process of fixing it. So you can only get these sceneries from VPilot Designs inside the marketplace, just as a reminder for you guys. So El Dorado, which is where we began our journey today. Cartagena version 2, which is what we saw in the middle, that beautiful short runway, very unique apron design kind of airfield. Very, very nice. No, I didn't do a replay, commentator. So this is where the Sims froze a little bit. Just need it to recover itself. Look at installed 1,147 files. That's not healthy. World map. That's Bogotá. Tocumen. Gate 130. Let's go back in. Badger says he's going to carry on to Miami in an MD-11 freighter. Nice. Make sure you track your flight with a new Sky, Badger. And let's have a look at this scenery, shall we? I'm hoping this will work. God, the excitement builds. People says sometimes you need to restart right after install for everything to show up properly. Brilliant. That'd be 30 minutes. I can't do. You know what we're gonna have to do? I think we're gonna have to revisit Panama. I had a problem installing Bogotá because I messed up the GSX side of things and forgot to exclude it. So GSX wiped out all of the jetties. So I had to promise to then revisit Bogotá, which we did today, and then I've buggered up the install for Tocumen, which means we're going to have to revisit Tocumen at some point. I think this is a sign that I'm overworked and overtired. This is more like it. I've just parked next to somebody, but that's okay. Whee. Oh yeah, here we go. So Centurio parked, he's parked all over there. There he is. He landed on 14 right, which isn't in the default scenery. So this has been added fresh. There's a load of stuff over there which we'll go and have a look at as well. But I just want to catch up to see where people are. There's Copa Airlines taxiing out. I just want to get an idea of where everyone is now. So just reboot Valanta. There's the Latam Dreamliner waiting to go. Oh wow, no one else has flown the approach yet. Someone's just gone missed approach, I think. Okay, so that means I think we've got a minute or so just to have a little venture about. Hey, look at that. Bob the Builder. Welcome to Tocumen. We finally got it working. Let's change the time, have a look at the night time. Zoom. Very nice. Look at that. Oh, one on final. And he's got an immediate departure there. I just realised we haven't got the radio on, so...
Number 2, rated runway.
Lovely job. Where's he gone? Rocket ship's away. Now all good, aneurysm. It could have been the bug.
410.
Flight level 410, land 0 Oscar Oscar.
Firm and present position, turn right heading 090.
Turn right heading 090, land 0 Oscar Oscar.
So 220 Delta's now meant to be on final approach. There he is. So we only watched we missed one touchdown. That's all. Not bad. But yeah, we're gonna have to revisit that now. MROC v pilot. So have you made MROC scenery as well? Costa Rica. Might have to be our next leg next week some point.
Reach 932, descend maintain 2000 feet. 2000 feet, you're gonna fly heading 26, version 250.
250, 2000, Oxford 932.
Reach 2472, descend maintain 4, version 3000 feet.
Descend maintain 3000, Osprey 2472.
Nice, little short. Just got it in time. Ah, it's our Commonwealth livery. Very nice. I think potentially the windsock there needs to be switched the other way around. Oh, it's copying us now as well, isn't it? So it's copying the same state as our aircraft. There's our beautiful Commonwealth tour livery. That was tour pilot. Very nice. Because we got one on short final.
And taxiing to the gate on about the station, monitoring command to the decimal 8.
So Bogotá, really nice. Cartagena, really nice. And we're going to have a little look around Tocumen a bit more once we've got everyone on the ground. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
Alrighty, land 00 Oscar Oscar, thanks.
You know what, Oscar 00, oh my god, 00 Oscar, I get a better direct for you. Present position, flight direct, boost mode. Bravo, uniform, Sierra Mike Oscar, boost mode.
Redirect Bodmo, land 00 Oscar, thanks.
What I call somebody.
Yeah, unfortunately he chose it intentionally just to be problematic.
Osprey, I'm sorry. 932, turn right heading 350, pressure 360. Clear for approach runway 3 right, advance on localizer.
Turn right 300, clear to approach runway 03 right, Osprey 932.
Yep, it's gonna be 360 heading.
Sorry, 360, Osprey 932.
Copa 385, contacto radar 2800. Continúe vía salida Siman 2 Bravo. Ya.
Siman 2 Bravo, continuamos. Sí, Copa 285.
Correcto, sabes que posterior a los. Cuando pasa a través de. Bueno, está libre de la
Wish I could do that. Speak English, throw a whole load of instructions out, and then bam, click of a finger, snap back to Spanish or whatever else. Quite impressive.
Cuando pasan los 7000, directo a zona ascenso 340, Copa 385.
Correcto. 2472, turn right heading 010.
Right 010, 2472.
Ian, you've got a great little view. You're flying right out, extending past the Panama Canal. That's a well good little extension of the route there.
932, number 2 on the approach. I see you are in the localizer. Continue on the approach. Number 2, wing 350 at 10.
Continue approach number 2, Oscar 932.
Osprey 2472, turn right heading 010. Maintain 3000.
Looks like this is like the newer terminal, this one here.
Way 3 right. Let me know when establishing localizer. You're going to be number 3 on the approach.
Continue the turn to 010, maintain 3000.
It's odd, isn't it? So the default MSFS doesn't have 03 left.
And contact once established for Osprey 2472.
Nice runway textures here with the rubber and the skids. Bit of custom signage. So Ian is last man in. There's the Valantasich. So we got, he's flying out past Toboga, little island offset down Panama. Osprey 27 Alpha just landed, which means he's 5 mile final, vice pilot, and then yeah, Ian 5 miles behind him. Imagine, nice. Booked 1700 UK time, so 1600 UTC. Taking the MD-11 out. Osprey cargo ops to Miami. What's the flight time for that, Badger, out of curiosity? It might be quite a good one actually for a future stream idea. Unless that Costa Rica is an option. Rocksteady's doing DTW to Boston, to LaGuardia today. You were the departure, Wesley. I had the radio off because I'd respawned, so I just missed that. Where are you flying to, Wesley? In your Latam 00 Oscar call sign. Definitely less than 9,000 meters visibility. This it's more sort of about 6,000 meters, I think. Yeah, I missed yours, Centurio. Unfortunately, 3 left didn't exist for me, so I didn't think he was going to stack anyone on it, so I didn't look. And then, as you mentioned it in the live chat, I think I was already heading to the exit, the menu, to install the scenery.
Osprey 932, we get now landing clearance.
Antonio Norino.
Yep, you're clear land, runway 3 right, wing 35010.
Clear land runway.
Cartagena, nice. Are you flying Osprey as well? Stansted to Corfu with a beautiful RNAV approach. Corfu's a great one. Another PMDG 737. Nice.
And Panama Control, Osprey 2472, established on the localizer, runway 03 right.
2472, wing 35010, number 2, 3 right, clear land.
Number 2, 3 right, clear to land, Osprey 2472.
What we'll do is get the weather sorted out, so we'll go to clear skies. Bomb, 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 bomb. Maybe a few clouds. Yeah, a few clouds, a bit better, isn't it? We don't want crisp and clear because that's cold. That's a bit better. 24 degrees Celsius. 3/8 light clouds. It's just copying our aeroplane setup, unfortunately. So if I go here and I take all the chocks and everything off, see if I can do this quick enough. We've got ComStack on though, so that's good.
Spring 32, welcome to Tocumen. I see you're now on the gate. Monitor uniform, please.
It's a bit better. There's Panama in the distance. So on a clear sky with the Orbex landmarks pack, that would have been exquisite. Look at that. For a backdrop. All the ships over there as well. So we'd have seen all of that on final approach if we hadn't have had all that fog.
Thanks a lot, bye.
And then the big bridge going up towards the Panama Canal. So really, really nice overall kind of area. And that's Orbex's landmarks Panama City. And this is V-Pilot Designs Tocumen International Airport, available on the marketplace. That's a pretty good set of timings of Badger, really. No worries, Rocksteady, that's great to hear. Glad you've enjoyed it. Last man in. And then we'll zip about Tocumen to have a little look. So we'll chase Ian down the runway. At least now with that little cock up in the middle, you can see the difference between the default airport scenery and this payware scenery. Nice. So as he's taxiing out vacating, we're at this side of the airport, so let's go and explore this section. What do we have? Nice apron textures. And this certainly looks like the newer part of the building, doesn't it? The new terminal. Not sure if it's got an interior. No, that's fine. Very nice little details on the sides of the buildings and stuff there. Look at that. Texture work and things. I'll just slow the camera down a tad because it's a bit quick, isn't it? They're proper shiny, those. That'd be great, commentator, like a native bespoke. Yeah, that would be really good, wouldn't it?
And Panama Control, approach 2472 is exited the active runway.
Big power station, which I think is awesome. Might be a fuel farm as well.
Roger, taxi registration to the apron via Lima. Contacte como siga, take care.
To the apron via Lima and on Unicom 2472. Thanks for ATC. Have a great day. Cheers.
Thank you, bye.
There we are. What do you guys think of the scenery? There's no interior, so it was nothing really to kind of go and explore within the interior. Texture-wise, some of it's really nice. Even the roof area here with the dirt splats, the kind of the rust effects on the roof there, that's really good. I think it probably would be nice to have a bit more of a glass effect, but there's no internal gubbins of the airport, so it'd probably be quite difficult to do. And this ATC tower here is just plain. So in comparison to Cartagena, kind of big differences there. But Cartagena has just been given a huge update to version 2, and actually the apron areas and all the important areas here are really nice. The bits that we see operating in our aeroplanes. It's got 03 left as well, which is vital too, so the kind of realistic side of things, which the default scenery doesn't. It's got a lot of custom textures and stuff. There's the fire station. We'll go over towards the FBO for the private jet operators. I think this is actually quite good. I can't remember the price of it though, off the top of my head. The old Sky Chef Centre for all your in-flight meals. This little corner of the airport. What we got here, this is where the private jets were. This is when Sergio parked. Look at that. There's the Signature Aviation hangar. Ooh, there's more. And I'm going to keep it purposely obscured. Cargo. And a whole load of statics littered around down here, out the way. Not taking up too much space. Copa Airlines hangars as well here. And a little helipad. Oh, this is pretty cool. Look at this. Oh, goes around here as well. So the signage there is pretty good. The textures on the actual hangar building there are a bit kind of washed out. And we've got that helipad there as well. And there's the other runway. There we go. So, 2 sectors, 3 sceneries by the same developer, V-Pilot Designs, all available in the MSFS Marketplace. So, departing Bogotá in Colombia to the coastal resort of Cartagena. Version 2 from V-Pilot Designs there in the middle. And then a little turnaround departing that short runway, Cartegena, up to Tocumen, Panama, with another one of their sceneries for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And in the backdrop there, the skyline, Orbex's Panama City Landmarks pack, which you can buy from Orbex Direct. Hope you guys have all enjoyed the stream today. Massive thank you to everybody who flew along, and a big thanks to our ATC here in Tocumen as well. Really appreciate that. Hopefully you've enjoyed having some traffic for today. flying in. Hope you guys have all enjoyed it. Hope you're all looking forward to a little bit of my thoughts on the Winwing FCU that's now sat next to me. And I'll see you guys Wednesday for a flight into the new Lelystad airport in the Netherlands, created by Papa Hotel. We'll be flying the BA 146-200 QT Osprey World Cargo from Nuremberg back into Lelystad. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for flying along. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you want any of this scenery shown today, you've got to search for it in the marketplace inside the sim. Hit like, hit subscribe before you head off. And in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. And I'll see you in a few days. Take care.